everyone, a very good morning to you all. Welcome to the lecture of Advanced Performance Management with VGLD. I am your tutor for the session, Anushka Jain. I am a CA, qualified in 2017 and also an ACCA. I would really appreciate if you could give me a short introduction about your career journey or where you are in your educational journey. Let's have a quick round of introduction. Everyone, so that I can understand your level of knowledge and preparation, and then accordingly we can proceed further.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. I would suggest you please stay on mute. You can use the chat box functionality to communicate with me. Okay. Everyone. So I have got Tanvi from Jaipur, presently working in Jaipur. Okay, Tanvi, I see that you are a CA. And what about Prince? Prince is, okay, Tanvi has cleared in 2019. Great. I shall be turning off your video, okay? Yes. Okay, Prince is working as a CA in Gurgaon. Great. Shaldia is a semi-qualified CA pursuing ACCA, completed my articleship from EY India, presently staying in Bangalore. Okay. That's great. What about others? Can I have a quick round? Good morning. I'm Surbi Jain, working in Capgemini as Senior Associate, CIPCC qualified. Okay, so I realize, as I understand, most of you have started off your CA journey. Either you have completed it or you are partially into it, right? Tanya is a qualified cost accountant. I'm currently working. Tanya, have you been my student earlier? Why do have we got a batch? Yes, Tanya. Which one? Which one were you in? Advanced Financial Management, AFM. Oh, PM. Oh, great. So now you have come to the strategic professional level. That's great to hear, Tanya. Superb. Okay. So guys, I've been associated with VGLD for more than 2 years now. I currently teach AFM, APM, PM, and BP papers of ACCA. I qualified as an ACCA in 2019, and I got a world rank 2 and all India rank 1 in the advanced financial management paper. So, I would try my best to give you all those tips and tricks which I personally followed, and so that you also can aim for a rank. Okay. See, what my journey was like, I qualified as a CA in 2017, and you all be knowing that once you have qualified as a CA, you just need to appear for 4 papers, out of at the strategic professional level, and then you're done. So my journey was like, I gave my first paper as AFM, and just 1 paper I gave. And in that, I got marks. I really don't remember right now, something in the 80s. And I got that world rank 2 and all India rank. And I'm telling you, it's like a great, great moment when people at the international level they're recognizing you. They're calling you for, felicitating you. So that's really a great achievement, and also the recognition it gives you in the corporate world. That's another level. So I hope that gives you a little motivation to start working from the day 1 to get a rank. It's going to really, really bring you up in this professional world. Okay. Then in June 2019, when I was done with it, I gave 2 papers in my next attempt, which was in September. I had chosen SBR and SBL in September 2019. And in December 2019, I gave APM paper, which we are here to study. So I qualified all the papers in their first attempt, both CA as well as ACCA. So I am really into education. I am also working as a professional in Flipkart in Bangalore. So I try to give all the examples from my personal experience in the corporates, okay, and all the years of teaching. So I have been teaching for more than 7 years now. Prior to ACCA, I was teaching other level students. Now I'm totally into ACCA coaching. So I hope all those years of experience and all the practical examples will really keep you glued to the classes, and we have a great time studying together. Right? Let me read the other messages. Okay, so let me make one thing clear. Please post everything in the chat box. I keep on checking the chat box functionality. Okay, you just have to type in, press send. I can read your messages, and I'll be replying it here directly in the class. Okay. Harita says, from Kerala, completed my CA inter. Tanya, we discussed. Simar, I'm a CA inter and pursuing ACCA now, and I've taken yes, Simar, I remember you too. AFM from September 22. Now ahead with APM. That's great to hear. Super. I believe almost all of you have responded in the chat box about your brief introduction. I've got 2 people in the waiting room, Divya and Ayushi. Okay, Divya and Ayushi, I see you have joined currently. You are in the waiting room. Divya is joining. Welcome, Ayushi, to APM. I believe we have also had a session before. I think we started on WhatsApp also sometime earlier about you joining APM classes. That's super to see you in the class. Divya will be joining us shortly. So let's begin about with a curriculum, what it is, if you are in the CA curriculum, then see, because I am also a CA, and I can help you bridge those gaps about what APM is and how it is related to the CA course. So if you are a CA, you are a CA or a partially qualified CA, then I hope this introduction will really help you out. Now let me present my screen. Aisha, we were just discussing about our introduction. I gave them my introduction and the students gave me theirs. I would really appreciate if you can also, share your journey so far in the ACCA or any other course which you are currently pursuing. Just give me a quick moment, I will present. Great. So Divya and Aishu have joined us just now. Let me tell you, we just discussed introduction about each other. I would really appreciate if you can also share about your journey in the corporates or in any educational qualification which you are pursuing. And it's very happy to see old faces and old names back in the class. Something which I really appreciate. Okay. On that note, let's begin with the slides. The first one which I have prepared for you all is the introduction slide for APM paper. Now, let me tell you how our classes are going to be. First of all, we are having Saturday, Sunday weekend classes from 10 a.m. to 2:30. We'll have something about a 20-minute break in between at 12:30-ish. We break so that you all can, have some food, walk, take a small walk, and then come back refreshed for the next half of the class. Okay. So that's like a 4.5-hour session with a small break in between so that you can also regenerate. Number one. Number two, we are aiming at about 20 to 25 classes, 20 to 22 actually to be precise, wherein we will be covering the entire APM syllabus. Now, when I say APM syllabus, we will be covering the entire study kit, the study kit of BPP. So there are 2 publishers for ACCA modules. It is BPP and Kaplan. In our classes, we follow BPP kit. So I would request each one of you to purchase BPP PR kit. So there are 2 kits. First one is study kit, and the second one is you call it the workbook, and the second one is the PR kit. In my slides, I will be covering the entire study material or the workbook. So you don't have to worry about purchasing it again, because these are very bulky books. And I've tried to shorten it, highlighted the necessary stuff in my slides. So you don't have to purchase the study kit or the workbook. Like in CA, you would have the study material and the practice manual. Similarly, we have the workbook and the PR kit here. Practice and revision kit. PR kit is practice and revision kit. So each one of you, please purchase BPP's latest, okay, valid from September 22 onwards till March 23. Sorry, June 22 onwards, I think the version is. I'll have to check that. Latest version, you please purchase, which is valid for your exam, because I'll be following the latest version. And what happens if you're following the older version? Now the question sequences change. Sometimes the answer patterns change. So I don't want that confusion in the class. You don't have to purchase the workbook. Being very clear, you don't have to refer anything else practically. Just the slides, just the PR kit, and how I guide you through the classes. Just follow that approach. I'm sure you will be through the exam. Okay. So what I do is, this workbook is covered in the slides. We share a lot of examples, and as I said, from my practical experience, I cover that in the class. And then what I do is I give homework questions from the PR kit which are related to that topic, okay, so that you can practice that together the classes. Now let me tell you, you just have 3 months before the exam. Now it's like almost 2.5 months. So our approach would be to complete the classes at least 10 to 12, at least 2 weeks before your exams, so that time you are just to yourself, you are studying. Or maybe like the last time for my last subject, what I did is I scheduled some revision classes, and then where we discussed the entire syllabus end to end, so that the students, they are refreshed in their mind. And that's what my approach is, to complete the syllabus at least 2 weeks before the exam. And if, as per the students' requirements, I schedule some revision classes, some mock exam classes, that's completely between us. We can plan that out towards the later part of our classes. For the starting, yes, Ayush, please tell me. You can directly chat, put your questions in the chat box.
All right, ma'am, I'll just do that then.
Yeah. Okay, so the thing is, what I was saying is that we will have our classes in which I will be giving you some homework questions related to that topic. You solve it at your home, because we have just weekend classes, so you will have your entire week to yourself. You can practice at that time. If you have any doubt, just feel free to put it in the chat box. In the next class, we will discuss those doubts right away. So don't have to worry about, like, ma'am, I couldn't do it. I'm always here to guide you. And I'm telling you, I'm more like a friend guiding you in your career rather than a teacher. So always have that comfort with me. We'll have a great time studying together, because once you are removing that block from your mind, that there's a senior person sitting ahead in front of you, will my doubts sound silly? Don't think all of that. I as a student have asked the most silliest of doubts. I was that student who used to ask so many questions in the class. But let me tell you, when you ask questions, you are like crystal clear in your mind that this is what this concept is, and I know it in its entirety. Okay. So follow that approach, and just feel free. No one is going to judge you or anything. Just feel free in the class. Okay. Good morning, Ayushi. I was sending you a lot of welcome messages, but I don't know if you were able to hear me or not. Yes. Okay, so about our study pattern, as I said, we will be covering the slides in our class. Okay. And then we will be going through questions from the PR kit. If you have any doubts, most of the concepts, what I do now, there are a lot of examples which I cover in the class. So you are practically, I also give you some exposure. If you feel that, this paper, this question I'm not able to do, you can always bring that topic up. We can discuss the question in the class. Okay. Then when we are done with it, when we are done with the entire syllabus, all the PR kit questions would be, solved, and any doubt question, they will be taken up in the class, so don't worry. Okay. So that is how your progress for the class will be. And towards the end, I will, in today's class also itself, I will show you how the exam is going to look like, because I see that you all are from CA, and in CA it's like a proper pen and paper exam. But you should know that APM is a computer-based exam. So what I will do, I will teach you how that entire CBE looks like, which all options will be available to you. That I will do in a brief way right now. And towards the end, when you will be like just nearing the exam, I will show you each and every functionality in a lot of detail, that this function does this, you have this shortcut available to you and everything. So I will be going through that in a lot of details. Okay. And then, as I say, for each one of my batches, your preparation, however hard you may study in my classes or at home, your preparation is incomplete. It is incomplete if you are attempting the exam, real exam, without a mock exam. There are some clear boundaries I'm telling you, which are like really crucial for exam, and mock exam is of top priority. Okay. So once you are done with the syllabus, I will be, telling you these things every now and then, so don't worry. So I will suggest you to practice some mock exams. You can also submit it for my review. I will personally check it and share my review with you. So you can do that. And then you'll be all set for the exam. And during this entire journey, I will keep on sharing my tips for writing in exam, how you need to write. Because the thing is, a lot of students, they are very well versed with the concepts, but they don't know how to score the marks in exam. You might have a knowledge about n number of things, but if you don't know how to apply that knowledge, be it in your corporate life or be it in exam, it's of no use, right? So my approach in the class would be to teach you a concept and then how it will apply, how you can write, how it is relevant for exam questions. I will keep on sharing those tips with you. Okay. So on that note, let's begin. Are you sure supposed to share some doubt with me in the chat box? I haven't seen it till now. Just let me know, okay? You can post that doubt in the chat box. Can we download the study text from the slides? I will be sharing these slides with you all. These slides as well as the Excel. So what I do now, the practical questions, or in fact, all the examples which I will be covering now, I put their solution in an Excel file. So both these PPTs and the Excel files, I will be sharing with you all. You will get it every week. It's not something I will keep towards the end. I will keep on sharing it every week. Is that okay, Simo? Okay. Just like we did for the other subject also, Sima, right? I think you studied AFM. So similar to that also, like I'll be sharing the slides here for everyone. Okay, great. So on that note, let's begin with the slides. What all is necessary? What is the aim of the syllabus and everything? So overall aim of the syllabus. So since you are from CA background, this subject is not a replica of any one subject. Let me be very clear. Like if you have studied AFM was like 80 to 85% similar to the SFM paper of CA final. But APM paper, my friends, it's not a replica of any one subject. People call it a replica of costing. There are hardly 1 to 2 chapters which are like common between costing paper and APM paper. The fact is, this paper is neither like completely practical nor theory paper. It's a mix. There are a lot of models which you will be studying to, so you will have, and which are not there in costing, practically speaking. It's not there in CA. Most of the papers is not there. So it's not a replica of any one subject. So you have to be like all the more alert, because there will be very little chance of you having some prior knowledge of the concept. Some concepts, obviously, you'll be like, ma'am, I know this. But still, the thing is, you might know the concept, but ACCA's format of questions, if you have gone through, I will be showing that to you as well. If you have seen that, you will realize that this is nothing like CA paper. Okay. Now, one more question I have for you all is APM your first paper in ACCA journey, or you have some experience of appearing in any ACCA paper? Everyone? I know 2-3 students who have been my prior students, so I know for them that it's not their first ACCA paper. But for others, please let me know. Yes, Ayushi, I know that you've cleared AFM, that's superb. Prince says it's the first one for me, okay. Surbhi has given exam for SBL. Tanvi has appeared for AFM in December. Divya has cleared AFM. Harita says it's first one. Okay, so I understand that it's a mixed batch. I've appeared for skill level, first paper at the professional level. Okay, great. Great, Chandya. So what we are going to do, I'm going to treat each one of you at parity. I will assume that none of you know anything about ACCA papers, so that, you know, the other students who haven't studied any other paper so far, they feel that we are at ease. So guys, I'm going to be like very, very basic about some of the things. So please understand that it's for maintaining everyone's sanity, that they do not panic that there are some students who have cleared, some students who have appeared. We haven't. So I will be treating as if every one of you is going to appear for an exam for the first time in ACCA syllabus. Okay. So yes, so in this paper, it's not, as I said, it's not a replica of any paper, complete one paper of CA, but it has a lot of models, a lot of concepts which you will find even common from AFM paper. Okay, the concepts. The thing is the format of the questions. So there are going to be just 3 questions. I have proper slides on that, how the questions are formatted and everything. So there are going to be just 3 questions, one of 50 marks, 2 of 25 marks each. So I hope you understand the difference, the stark difference between any paper of CA and ACCA. There are hardly, like, what are the maximum marks in a CA paper? 6 marks, 8 marks, 10 marks, right? But here, 2-3 questions only, 25, 25, and 50. And these are completely scenario based. Okay, so be prepared for that, and just stay tuned. I will keep on sharing what the papers look like and everything. Cool. So that's overall aim of the syllabus, is that students apply. So we'll be learning that knowledge and skills in our classes, and they exercise professional judgment. See, the thing is, it's the professional level. So you have to act as if you are a senior consultant in a company and then giving your reviews. So this is the benefit of ACCA papers, that they assume you to be a professional at the company and giving suggestions, so that you are also developing like that. Because all of you are, I believe, if you're studying such a professional exam, you are going to be working, right? So ACCA assumes you to be a professional and exercise your judgment accordingly. Okay, in selecting and applying strategic management accounting techniques in different business contexts, and to contribute to the planning, control, and evaluation of the performance of an organization. See, what is the name of the paper? Advanced Performance Management. So you will be dealing with the performance of the organization. So a lot of data will be given to you. You'll have to interpret and analyze that information to tell them what the organization should be doing. Okay, so that is about the aim of the syllabus. Then, broad forward knowledge. This APM paper is a level ahead of the PM paper at the skills level. Okay, but I know some of you have come directly to the strategic professional level directly, right? And some of you have come through the skills journey. But again, my approach would be to treat each one of you as if you are seeing any concept for the first time. Definitely, if you have studied PM, you will have an added advantage, because you will be knowing those concepts completely prior. I mean, like, you will have full knowledge of those concepts. It's just you will be learning how to apply those concepts. For those who have come directly at the strategy professional level, some concepts will be like new to you, but don't worry, I will be going through the class as if everyone is going through it for the first time. Okay, so there is some broad forward knowledge, a lot of the topics, a lot of models, they are there from the skills level, the performance management paper. I need 1 minute. I forgot to bring my water bottle. I just get some water and come back. Give me a minute. Yes. So there will be some concepts which will be common from the PM paper and some new concepts, and you will be learning all of it to apply it in the APM format. Yes, so this is the lineage which is there. First, at the knowledge level, just like CPT for CA, there is the knowledge level exams in ACCA. That's the paper management accounting, which then progresses to become performance management at the knowledge level, and at the skills level. And finally, we have APM paper. Okay, it's normally suggested that you complete, there's an indirect link. That's why it's a dotted line. There's an indirect link between SBL paper, strategy business leadership. It's a mandatory paper. It's a compulsory paper, right? You have 2 compulsory papers, SBR and SBL. And there are 4 papers out of which you have to appear 2, right? APM, AFM, ATX, and AAA, audit. Audit, that's advanced performance management and advanced financial management. So out of which students have to appear for 2 and they're done. So there's an indirect link between some concepts at the APM and SBL papers. That is why it's a dotted line. It's suggested that you complete SBL first, but it's not a problem again. We will be going through all the concepts equally at depth. Okay, so there you'll find some concepts. So who was it? Someone had completed SBL, right? Surbi. So Surbi has given example SBL. Now. So you will find some relation, Surbi, between the SBL paper and the APM paper. So let's move ahead. As I said, this exam is a computer-based exam. Now, what I will do is I will show you how this computer-based exam really looks like. Those of you who are seeing an ACCA exam for the first time, it's like super, super important for you. Give me a moment. I will open up the website. Okay, I'll show you how to go to that as well. Yes, you can see my screen, right? So what you can do is type ACCA practice platform. Okay, type this in the search bar. Each one of you, I would suggest, please listen to this. Attend your classes through a laptop. Do not attend it through a mobile. We'll be doing a lot of questions for practice. So if you are on a laptop, it becomes very handy. Otherwise, you'll be struggling between swapping screens, right? I don't want that tension to be there in the mind. Please use laptops for studying. It's very, very convenient. Okay. I hope all of you, most of you are using laptop, but still, I would suggest each one of you use it. Okay. For all the classes. Yes, so on your search bar and go to Google Chrome and type ACCA practice platform. So I will be showing you the steps where you all can also find your ACCA practice papers. And then this first one, CBE question practice, ACCA practice platform. Just click on this. Are you able to follow me? Have you done this till now? ACCA practice platform, just type it in the chat, in the search bar. And then when you land here, click on CBE question practice. See if it is there for you all. Okay, great. And then click on the CBE question practice, ACCA practice platform. And then you scroll down, and then you will see this. Log in to the practice platform. Log in to the practice platform. Click on this. Just keep letting me know your progress also. Log into the practice platform. Are you able to see this? Okay. Log into the practice platform. Then put in your ACCA user ID and password. Mine one is saved here, so that is how it is pre-filled. Everyone, please enter your ACCA ID and password here. Let me know when you are done. And sign into my ACCA. Just let me know when you are done. Ayushi is done. What about others? Tanvi is done. Tanya is done. Prince is done. Simran is done. Ayush, what about you? Divya? Shaldya? Oh, okay. No problem, Ayush. Done now. Okay. Simar is also done. Simar, have you responded? Yes, Simar has responded. Cool. So click on this, sign into my ACCA. Ayush, you have a look here. I'll be showing it, and then when you get your ID, you can log in accordingly. Okay. Yes. So this screen will open up. Right. You go to this tab, Advanced Performance Management. Click on this. Then these two options will come up. Then you click on ACCA Official Resources. ACCA Official Resources. And then you click on Practice Exams valid from September 2022 session onwards. Are you able to see this, everyone? Practice exams still now, is it visible? Let me know so that I can move ahead. Is this screen visible? You will get 4 options here. Devya is done. Okay. And then you click on this APM pre-December 22 mock exam. Okay. See, I was talking about mock exams, right? So ACCA provides you mock exams. This is updated till December 22. Then your attempt is near, like towards February, Jan or February. You will get 2023, March 2023 mock exam uploaded here. So same thing you'll have to do, log into this. And then whichever that paper is, right, March 2023 mock exam, just click on assign. Okay, click on this, assign it. Let everyone please confirm if you are able to do so far. Everyone, have you assigned yourself a paper pre-December 22 mock exam? I've got only 2 yeses so far. Okay, great. Then I have got some more papers here. Just a second. Yeah. If you're logging in for the first time, only 1 paper will be there. I've got multiple papers assigned to me. I was for my other batches. So you will see this. APM, pre-December 22 mock exam. So if you scroll down to the left, in the left side now, you will see this. APM pre-December 22 mock exam. And then you have to click on start. Click on start. Then a new screen will load. And let me know if you're able to start it or not. See, I'm showing this and I'm making you do this part so that you at any time can just log in and have a look at all these exams for yourself. You don't have to, just hang on for someone else to show it to you. You all know that this is available to me as well, right? So are you able to log in till now? This is there. Can you see the screen? Should I just view, or I have the option to do as well? Ayush, you just have to view. You'll not be able to log in because it requires ACCA login and login ID and password. So just see it for now. It's very simple. You'll have to log in and then assign yourself a paper and then start this paper. Okay. Others, are you with me so far? I am getting ASSP pre-December. Yes. It's the same. So if you click on it now, then it will open up. APM pre-December mock. Yes, Ayush, very important question. So Ayush is asking, ma'am, will the recordings be available for this session? Absolutely, yes. And not just for this session, for all the sessions, you will have the option to view recorded lectures. But I would really appreciate if each one of you attend the live classes, because when you are in the live classes, you are free to ask doubt questions right at the time when you're facing it. Otherwise, you just have to note it and then ask in the next class. So I would really ask each one of you to attend the live classes. It really helps you to, have all the concepts clear in your mind. So recordings will be available. If you feel that ma'am had taught this concept, I understood it at that time, now I'm not able to understand it. So you can freely watch that recorded lecture again. Okay. Yes. So far, all good. Then we click on next here. So it's a small button at the bottom right. Click on next. Click on next. And then there will be some general instructions for you. I'm not going through the general instructions right now. It's not very relevant. So we'll just click on next. Obviously, it's relevant for exam, but not at this point. I'm just wanting to show you how the exam is going to look like, what the format of the papers are. So that's why I'm just skipping past these instructions. Obviously, like these are super important for exams. Okay. Click on next. A few common questions which I get, ma'am, is calculator allowed? Yes, it is allowed. Ma'am, if I have to scribble something, what do I do? You will have the option of scratch pad, but then I will tell you what is the better alternative. Okay. So yes, so calculator is allowed. Scientific calculator is also allowed. But I will teach you everything on Excel now, so you don't have to use calculators. And in fact, I have a slide on it as well. It is suggested that you perform the calculations in Excel itself, rather than doing the calculation in calculator and hard putting the number in your Excel file. So I see most of you are working, so I believe all of you will be super handy with Excel. So we will be covering all the calculations part in Excel itself, and I would suggest you do those calculations in Excel only, not in a calculator and then hard putting the number in Excel cells. Do not make that mistake. I will be telling you all of this in the class itself. So yes, calculators are allowed, but we will see how much of it we are going to use or not. Okay. Then click on next. I do not have a calculator, ma'am. So any specific calculator that you suggest to purchase or any will suffice. So Ayush, if you have done your CA or if you are in the CA journey, you would have used one calculator, right? Use it. Because I am personally of the belief each one of us have our one perfect calculator on which our fingers move super fast. So use any calculator. Both scientific as well as normal calculators are allowed in exam. But Ayush, as I was telling, we'll not be using much of it. Practically, like when I'm sitting teaching you here, I do not have any calculator beside me. I will be doing all the calculations, even like the simple plus and minus now I do in Excel. Because when I'm working day in and day night, I use the Excel only. Na? So I don't have my hands comfortable on calculator anymore. We will be doing all the calculations in Excel. So by the time we start off our lectures properly, now you will realize, ma'am, I do not need a calculator for exam. You'll start finding Excel more comfortable. So you can do that. Purchase any one calculator which you like. If you have any from the prior studies, you can use that. Okay, Ayush? Okay. So then let's click on next. Okay. So there's a feature in ACCA practice platform. You have to just scroll down to the bottom only, then it allows you to you just have to scroll to the bottom and then only you can click on next. Click here. Okay. Then they're telling you some important differences between a real exam and this practice platform. Not very starking difference, so don't have to worry about it. Click on next again. And then the screen will come up. Exam summary. Time allowed. This exam is not timed, of course, but in real exam, you will be timed, and that will be of 3 hours 15 minutes. We'll come to that as well. So time will be 3 hours 15 minutes. There will be 2 sections. As I said, there will be just 3 questions, right? So they are divided into 2 sections. Section A comprises of 50 marks, 1 question, and then section B, 2 questions, each worth 25 marks. Okay. So 50 marks in total, and then all questions are compulsory. You click on next. Ready to begin your exam? Click on yes. Okay. And then section A screens open up. Click on next. And finally, we have our question in front of us. Okay. Is everyone with me so far? Are you able to see the screen on your laptops also? Okay, great. Okay. Then what you do, now let me show you how it looks. You will have 2 response options. Okay. First one is a word processor. Like you have Word in your laptops, right? MS Word. Similar to that, this word processor will be there for writing theoretical bit, whatever theories, models, like normally the writing part you will be doing in your word processor. Okay. So word processor, just treat it as like you have a normal answer script, like you were typing in you were writing in your physical exams, right? Similar to that, you have your answer scripts. For ease, not for complication, let me clarify. For ease, there are 2 answer scripts. One is your spreadsheet, like you have your Excel, and one is your word processor, like you have your Word in laptops, right? Both of them are submitted to the examiner. Now, ma'am, now how will I link everything? How will the examiner know which part is to be referred when? I'm here to tell you how to write an exam, right? You will be told that this should be cross-referenced. Like something, if you have written something and you have made a reference to a calculation, just write in the bracket appendix 1. Okay. And this will be your appendix 1. So you just have to type here appendix 1. And yeah, appendix 1. You do your calculations here. Suppose 5, 3. You just have to do a sum here. Sum function works. You find out, you do all these calculations. That's it. And then when you're writing here, the sum, I'm just giving a random example, okay? The sum or the NPV, for example, the NPV is 8, refer appendix 1. So what you do is you write down the theory here, you give reference to the calculations in the theory like this, refer appendix 1. That's how you do it. And then all the proper formatting and everything, like how you should start off, like answer to part A. Let's say this is part A of the question. We will be seeing what different parts are. Answer to part A, you make it bold. I'll be teaching you all of these things towards the end. so that, just before the exam, it's fresh in your mind. Because these are more exam specific things, na? So that's why I teach all these nitty-gritties later. So answer to part A, you will start off, and then you will write your whatever you have to write. And then if you have done some calculation in the spreadsheet, you give reference here. The NPV is 8. Sometimes it might so happen that you don't need to write any theory for a particular part of the question, and it's just numerical. Okay. In that case, you don't have to create any reference. What you will be doing, answer to part B. Simply this, and then you do all the calculations here. You don't have to necessarily make a reference. If it's just completely practical, just write it like this. Answer to part B, you do your calculations here. If it is like a mix of theory and practical, you write your theory here in the word processor and give the reference to the practical bits in these codes. Okay, that is how you have to do it. Are you with me so far? Any doubts? Till what I have said so far, in what I've said, is there anything more you want to ask? Then I will start off with the next part, what the questions look like and everything. No doubts, huh? Okay. See, since this is our first class, let me be very clear. I teach at a certain pace. Now, you may be comfortable with that pace, or you may not be comfortable with that pace. But I would really request each one of you, if you are finding it very fast, that you're not able to follow me, just put it freely in the chat box. Ma'am, please go slow here. I'm not able to understand. Or ma'am, this is some, I'll not normally not do this, that I go faster than what I already teach in. But slower, of course, I can do anytime. So if you feel that, ma'am, please explain this again or go slow here, I'm not able to follow, feel free. I'm very, very open to feedback. Give it right in the classroom that, ma'am, please, I want some more explanation here, more elaboration here. I will do it without any worries. Feel very, very comfortable with me. Don't worry. And at any point, just telling it again, if you are not able to follow me, just pause me. Ma'am, please wait. I'm following you right here. Just wait for some time. Okay. So do it. So till now, no doubts in what I have taught you. So you'll have 2 answer scripts. I just discussed this much, okay? You have 2 response options. First one is your word processor, and second is your spreadsheet. So we have looked at how each one of them looks and how you have to write both of the things. If it's like completely practical, you write it directly there, answer to part A. And if it's like theory and practical mix, then you write your theory here, like this is good. So then you're writing the project is good to go ahead. I'm just writing like that. Okay, good to go ahead. You're giving your conclusion here. So that's it. You gave the reference to the calculation. You did not clutter your word file. You gave in proper simple words. This is the answer. You can refer to appendix 1 for detailed calculations like that you have written here. Okay, and then you close your answer. So that's about writing answers. Then most important thing is, ma'am, how do the questions look like? You said that it's going to be like a 50-mark question. Is there going to be just one question? No. 50 marks, just one scenario on which there will be multiple subparts. Okay, so have a look at this now. Requirements. You have how many subparts? 4 subparts to this question. Okay. Write a report to the CEO. See, I told you, right? You have to act as if you are a senior consultant in a company. Write a report to the CEO of Black to respond to her instructions for work on the following areas. Okay. It is now 1st September 2015. And then there are 4 subparts: current performance report, 2 new performance measures, changing the divisional performance measure, and big data, the proposed information system, and unstructured data technology. Okay. So as you see, this is for 14 marks. First one, current performance report is of 14 marks. This is of 8 marks, 8 marks, and 10 marks. Now let me be very clear. There is no clear bifurcation that there will be always 4 subparts in the first question. There can be 5 also, there can be 2 also. So there is no like fixed that only these many subparts will be there. It's open for the examiners to keep as many subparts they want to keep. Okay. So 4 subparts we have here, and then something peculiar you will see if you are seeing any ACCA paper for the first time. Professional marks will be awarded for the demonstration of skill in communication, analysis, and evaluation, skepticism, and commercial acumen in your answer. For that, you have 10 marks. And what is this? So how many of you are feeling like, what is this? If you have attempted any ACCA paper at strategic level, you will know this. But other than that, nowhere in CA you find this. Nowhere even in knowledge or skill level you see this. It's only for the professional level exam in ACCA that there is something called professional marks, for which there is no question. You're not being asked anything here. But you will be given marks for demonstrating these skills, which I will be teaching you also, like what all of these skills are, in writing your answer for these 40 marks. Are you able to follow me? So these are 40 marks in which, obviously, for the content that you're writing, for how you're answering this question, you will be giving these respective marks. But overall, there are 10 marks on just demonstrating these skills in writing answers to these 4 subparts. Are you able to follow me? These are called professional marks. I have slides on each of these professional skills, don't worry, but just letting you know how the questions look like, so that now when I go back to the slides and teach you what these professional marks are, what these professional skills are, you know that this is actually going to be there in the question paper. Okay, so there are 4 subparts. Now let us assume that just this current performance report is completely practical. What will you do? You go to the spreadsheet function, write answer to part 1. That's it. Then you start writing your answers. Okay, these 2, very important, please listen to this. These 2 response options are specific to just question number 1, which we're talking about. When I go and show you question number 2, you will again see response options. So you don't have to write answer to question number 1, part 1. You're just answering answer to question part 1, because it's only for question number 1 that you have these 2 response options. For the other questions, you will have other response options. Okay. So, right. So I was saying that if this is like completely practical, what you do, you go to the spreadsheet, you type in answer to part 1, and then you write directly. Now let's say this one, new performance measures. It's a mix. So what you do, you calculate the performance measures in spreadsheet, and you write the theory here in word processor. What will you do? Answer to part 2, and then you will see that these are the performance measures. You explain about the performance measures, and then you tell them that the calculations have been done in appendix 1. Okay, so that is how you will do it. Now coming back here, right? So this is just one question, one scenario, which I will also show you, which has 4 subparts, and then you have 10 professional marks. Okay, are you with me so far? Any doubts? Or you're not able to digest? There's something, feeling, anything, any such feeling in your mind? Is this fine so far? So 50 mark, one question with 4 subparts and 10 professional marks. Okay, cool. Then now let me show you. So we have covered this response options, the requirements we have seen. Now let me show you how the scenario is given to you. Okay. See, small exhibits given in small PDF files here. Flag Supermarkets is a multinational listed business operating in several developing countries. The business is divided into 2 divisions, metro, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is first exhibit where they have given you introduction. So this is the heading, right? Company information. So they have given you the information about the company here. One small paragraph, that's it. When you're done, you have read it, you close it. Then performance reporting. second exhibit. Again, one more one more PDF like this. So this way, all of these exhibits, they relate to flag company only. Okay, flag what performance improvement proposal is. So that's given here. So this is like very easy for students, I'll tell you. When they have given such proper headings for the exhibits now, when you try to solve, when you write the answers, it becomes very easy to just open that relevant exhibit and pick up the necessary information from there, rather than just one long scenario. They have split it for you in small exhibits and then given proper headings to it. So when you're drafting your answers, you open only that relevant exhibit, divisional performance evaluation. Okay, so information about the only divisional performance evaluation is given here. Okay, so like again, this sources of information is here. I hope you can see small paragraphs, and then appendix 1 is given. Some calculation is there. I want to resize it because I cannot see what is given here. So you can resize your window accordingly, right? See, a lot of calculations are done. Now, this is something very peculiar in ACCA. They're not asking you to do these calculations. See, they have done all the hard work. Revenue, they have given, cost of sales, gross profit, they have calculated, profit margins, they have calculated, okay, operating profit margin. See, that's what I said, that this is not a completely practical paper. They have done the calculations for you. Now, you might be required. I haven't gone through the requirements very clearly. You might be required to evaluate this report. See, imagine yourself to be at the top of a company. You're someone who is reporting to the CEO. Will you be doing these calculations on your own? No. You will have people under you who will be doing these calculations, and you are the one who is going to evaluate these calculations and present your report to the CEO. Just like that, that is the reason they give you these calculations, and maybe you're required to evaluate, advise the CEO on these calculations. Okay, so it's not a completely practical paper. Had it been a practical paper, you would have been asked to do these calculations, calculate the gross profit margin, calculate the PBIT and everything. But they have done the calculations here. You just have to give the CEO a report on these calculations. Are you able to follow me? So this way, you are given the exhibits, one question, one scenario, multiple subparts. Okay. So like that, so if you see, changing the divisional performance measure. This subpart will relate to which exhibit now? Obviously, exhibit number 4. I will only open this one and then read it and then see what I have to write in my answer. Okay. And then big data and the proposed information system. So I'm sure it will be here, sources of information. See, when you will read through it, see it has reference to big data. We're going to study all of these topics, don't worry. Big data is there in your curriculum. So explain the meaning of big data and how the proposed new information system. So last sub part is dealing with this exhibit. Okay. So that is how ACCA makes it very simple for you. It saves you the time. Okay. And then one quick tip, let me tell you, is that you have the functionality to copy and paste. So if I want to just copy this partner in my answer, I select this, I press Control C, and then when I go to my word processor now, see, Control V, it gets pasted here. And these things they come very handy when you have to write very quickly, right? You have to type very fast. So you can make use of these things. You have the option to copy paste things in your ACC exam. You can even copy from the questions. Within the sheet, obviously, you can copy and paste. But outside also, like from the question part also, you can copy paste. See, I just copied it from within. I also copied it from outside the answer script. Okay, so just know that this option is available to you. Okay, so coming back, my objective to show you this was how the format of a question looks like. So I hope you can follow it now. It's like one big scenario containing a lot of exhibits, and then this 50 marks is divided into subparts, and then you have 10 professional marks assigned to you in the 50-mark question. Okay. Then this was about the 50-mark question. Now let's see what is there in the 25-mark question. I click on next. Section B opens up. Section B, I've got 2 questions. Each is worth 25 marks. The total is 50 marks. Okay. Then this is how it is. Achha, one more thing I want to clarify. As I said, these 2 options, whatever you write here, it will be submitted to the examiner. But if you would just want to scribble something, some thought which came to your mind, which you want to keep for later, referring later, you just note it down here. Okay, like something I've noted. Anything which I write in this scratch pad now will not be submitted to the examiner. So feel free to write whatever you want to write. It doesn't get submitted. It's like your rough pad. Scratch pad is like a rough pad which you can use to scribble. And then you have the option of calculator. But I'm sure once you have a look at this calculator, you will say, ma'am, we are definitely not using it. It's very, very complicated to work upon. So if you have to write like even 5 plus 3, enter. This is how you have to use this calculator. So I'm sure you would not want to use it. You have the option, you have this calculator available to you, but it's not very useful as you can see it for yourself. Okay, so it's available. It's upon you whether or not you want to use it, but I don't see much use. You have everything like sine, cos, tan, whatever you want to do. Okay, it's available, but upon you whether or not you find it convenient. I do not find it convenient, and most of the times I tell my students, carry your own calculators, do not use it. And I'll tell you the same thing here. So you have scientific and the standard calculator both available to you. Okay, see, the standard calculator is also available. 9 plus 6 equals 50. This is how it will show. Okay. So yes, coming back to the questions, right? So again, you have 2 response options. As I said, this is only for question 2 now. Okay. Question number 2, you have these 2 spreadsheets available. See, I wrote something in that earlier spreadsheet and it's not showing here. Why? Because that was for question number 1. This one is for question number 2. Okay. So again, you have 2 options where you can submit your answers. It will get submitted to the examiner. And then you have requirements. See here. Here, there are 3 subparts. As I said, there is no proper format as to how many subparts will be there in any question. This one has got 3 subparts. This one is of 6 marks, 6 marks, 8 marks. So out of 25 marks, 5 marks will be assigned for your professional marks. Okay. I will answer that question, Shaldia. So Shaldia has a question that how much emphasis is given to the length of the answers. I will answer that. Okay. So yours, are you seeing that for each of the questions, 20%, 5 marks is what, 20% of 25, right? 20% of the marks is available for demonstrating professional skills, not for writing content. That is these marks, 6 marks, 6 marks, 8 marks. That's just for answering the specific requirements of these questions. But these are 5 overall marks for demonstrating these skills. Now, in this particular question, they have asked you 3 professional skills. In that earlier one, there were 4. Communication was extra, right? Communication as a skill is tested only in part A question, in the 50-mark question only. So in 25-mark questions, you're seeing 3 skills are being tested. Minimum 2, maximum 3 skills can be tested in the 25-mark questions. So out of 25, 20% of the marks, which is what, 5 marks, is going to be available for exercising these professional skills in these 3 subparts, which are of 6 marks, 6 marks, and 8 marks each. Okay, again, exhibits similar way. Company information. First, they have given you the introduction about the company. Beach foods. So this question is of beach company. Divisional performance measurement. Again, similar format. It's just that this question is for 25 marks. So this one is there. Appendix 1. Some calculations are given here. Appendix 2. You know, this is given. So this is a model which you'll be studying in our classes like STAR, profit share, cash cow. It's called the BCG metrics. You'll be studying it. Okay, those of you who have studied SPL or who have studied PM paper, you might already know this. Okay. So anyways, don't worry. We will be covering these concepts. My idea was to show you how each one of these questions are going to look like. So this one is of 20 plus 5 professional marks. So 20 marks is 20% of the marks is for exercising their professional skills. Okay. So these exhibits are there. And then you move to the next question. This is the third question. Again, similar. 3 subparts are here. Here also you might have just 2 subparts. There's no hard and fast rule that there will be only 3 subparts in each of the 25-mark questions. It's open for the examiner. See, the markings are different, 6, 7, and 7. Then it was, I think, 6, 6, and 8, right? So it's 6, 7, and 7 here. And again, 5 professional marks. For exercising which skills? Evaluation, skepticism, and commercial acumen. Analysis, sorry, this one. Analysis and evaluation, and skepticism and commercial acumen. It's here. Okay. So this way you have the requirements and then the exhibits, company information, first introduction about the company. So this one is about the Lawden advertising agency. Okay. Yeah, this one is a big one, big exhibit that they have given the introduction in. And then creative design department, what does it do and everything. So it's given here, and then appendix 1. Sometimes the appendix now, it's in Excel format. You can copy that entire Excel in your spreadsheet. If that appendix is like completely in Excel now, you can copy that exhibit. See here also the spreadsheet is freshly just for question number 3. Okay, spreadsheet as well as word processor. So sometimes when the appendix is in spreadsheet now, you can copy that entire, in that tabular format, you can just copy it and paste it in your spreadsheet function. And then you can do your calculations there. So it saves a lot of time. The entire formatting and everything gets copied now. So you can save some time there. Okay. Right. So here also, like this part also, if you want to just copy and paste it there, I use Control C, and then I come to my word processor and I press Control V. See, it gets pasted. So if I just want to build out on these lines, so maybe some edits that I want to do, something like, okay, it was purchased at whatever thing, I can just copy and paste the stuff here, edit it as per my requirement, and then it's done. So can you imagine the time you're saving like this? Okay, so this is the introduction to a CBE exam and what you all can do. Is it clear? Those who are seeing a CBE for the first time, is it fine with you all? How the CBE exam looks like, how the answer scripts are, how you will be giving the requirements, the exhibits. Is it fine with each one of you? Prince says yes. Others, are you okay? Okay, great. Then what else can I show you here? Yeah, coming to Shalya's doubt. Shalya says, ma'am, how much emphasis is given to the length of the answers? See, in calculations, it's not about the length. It's about giving out the correct answer, right? Calculations part, I believe, it's sorted. You don't have to, you're not giving marks on the basis of your length of the answer. It's about how you're correctly performing the calculations. Necessary, like, for example, if you're preparing the P&L, like profit before interest and tax, then writing interest, then writing tax, all of that is like very basic. You have to write it. For practicals, do not worry about the length. For your theory answer, I will be sharing these tips in the classes also, but just to answer you briefly right now, what is suggested is that for each mark, you write 1 paragraph. And that paragraph has to be about 2 to 3 sentences long. I'm giving you like the bare minimum. Students actually write maybe longer than that. Okay. So for each mark, you write small 1 paragraph, and then you elaborate it in like 2-3 lines. Then you move to the next paragraph. You give out new argument in that point, new viewpoint in that paragraph. I will be teaching you all of these things, don't worry. But for the question's sake, what is the length of the answer? For each mark, you write about like 2-3 lines. Okay. And let me be very clear, ACCA is very, very skeptical about, just repeating things. So I'll show you, there are examiners comments which are published by ACCA. So many students, they just feel that if they're writing long answer, they get marks. Do not make that mistake. If you're just making your answers long by repeating things, friends, you're making a mistake. ACCA will not give you additional marks just for the length. It's about each argument that you're putting across in each paragraph that I'm talking about. Like I said, one paragraph, one for each mark. Each mark should be supported by one new argument. And you will be learning all those skills in the exam. I mean, in the classes. Okay. That is what you have to do. One mark, one paragraph, 2-3 lines. And those 2-3 lines do not have to be active voice. My name is Anushka. Anushka is my name. Don't make that mistake. Don't repeat these things. Repeat one sentence in different formats. Active voice, passive voice. I know it might have worked in some university exams, but it doesn't work here. So you have to be like very, very smart in what you're writing. Okay. So coming back, so I'll show you one more thing since we are in Chrome only, and I'll show you one more thing. Just give me a second. So you all can refer to it. So this website, accaglobal.com, please note this. It's very important that you all know about this. accaglobal.com. I'm sure all of you would have logged into this website before you registered for ACCA. Go to this website, accaglobal.com, and here, go to the section, students, and then just hover over it, okay? Don't click, just hover over it, students, and then study support resources. Here, you have a lot of resources available for you. Click on ACCA qualification, and then select your paper, Advanced Performance Management. And then you will see some resources available for you, introduction, what are the professional skills? We'll be covering these professional skills here. Then syllabus is given. What I'm trying to show you here is the examiner's report. Click on this. Click on examiner's report, and then you will see for September 22, examiner's report. Whatever the question paper was, okay? See, for that paper, the examiners, they give their comments. Format of the question, whatever it is, general comments, they have given you, like whatever they feel the students were making mistakes, or some students, they were good at it. So you will see in these examiners reports, I have gone through a lot of examiners reports. So most of them, they say that, students, they just keep on repeating things. They write general, they write vague comments in exam. It doesn't fetch you marks. They clearly call out, will not give you marks for making general comments. You have to apply your knowledge to the particular scenario. You don't have to write general comments. Okay. Tanya, do we get different sets in paper? No, paper is same. Paper remains the same. Okay. Yes, so coming back, yeah, so this is how the examiner's comments are given to you. You can refer to this if you want to. I'll be covering most of the points which the examiners make in the class. I'll keep on telling you that this is a common mistake. So it's available on the ACCA platform. That's what I wanted to show you. And a lot of other resources are also available. So I just showed you examiner's report, but other resources are also available. See, I just go back here, study support resources. And then advanced performance management. So these resources will be available to you. Technical articles, past exam library. Past exams are available here. See, past exam library. See, if you're referring to the latest version of the PR kit now, you don't have to actually refer to this past exam papers. It will be included in your PR kit. So you don't actually have to refer to this specifically, because all of these past papers, they are a part of your PR kit. And from March, June 2022 onwards, all the papers, they are available in the practice platform, including the solution. Okay. The question paper as well as the solution. Now let me show you one more thing. Students, most of the students, they don't know how where the answer scripts are. So let me show it to you where it is. Just give me a second. I'll close this, okay? Any doubts so far? Anything which is coming in your mind? Are we clear till now? I'm going to show you where you can see the answer scripts. Question 3. And then I just have to end my exam. I click on next. And then here, see, it is here. End exam. I click on end exam. End exam, yes. And then exit. Okay. So again, coming back here. So for example, we solved this paper, right? ASSP pre-December 22 APM. This is where we started off. Now you want to see your answers. What are the actual model answers for this? What you have to do is go to mark and then find out your paper. APM practice exams. No, this one is separate. This way. ASSP, APM, right? You click on self-mark here. Please follow these instructions carefully, everyone. Most of the students are unaware about this. Please have a look here. What I did was, we were on home tab, right? Now I've just come to mark tab and then I scroll down wherever my paper are. Every paper has a solution here, okay? Like I have assigned a lot of different papers here, so it's showing me answers for all of them. So this one is the one I attempted with you all right now, right? So I click on this APM. I click on self-mark. Are you able to follow me, everyone? Please see if it is available for your login or not. Check. Is it available? Yes, now? Okay. Then click on self-mark. Click on self-mark. See, this marking guide is available to you. Now, this reminds me, I have to tell you one more thing, very, very important thing, that in all of the ACCA papers, examiners are given a marking guide. How is that given? Let me make it bigger for you. Okay. Presentation. Yes. It doesn't zoom, I think. So that I don't know if it's like, if you can read through it. Can you see it? Can you see it? Is it fine? Or I'm not able to zoom in. So is it okay for you? It's okay, na? Okay, great. Yes. So this marking guide, na, it's available to each one of the examiners. So when they are giving you marks, they follow these. They follow this marking guide. And how do they do it? See, performance report. In your performance report, if you have included these points, what are the main aims, what are the critical success factors or strategies, how these are logically connected. If you have included these points, the examiner has the freedom to give you up to 3 marks. Okay. Everything which you're writing now, if it is relevant and if it is given in the marking guide for the examiner, and there are some marks available for it, you will get those step marks. It's not like if one question is of 14 marks, you get those 14 marks only if you write everything correctly. If any one of your sub points, it is correct, and the examiner has the freedom to allot you marks for that, he will give you those marks. So that is also the reason I ask you to write in small paragraphs. Because imagine yourself to be a reader. Do you like reading long paragraphs? Or do you like reading small paragraphs with clear, crisp things written? That this point is covered in this paragraph, this point is covered in this paragraphs. You give proper headings to your paragraphs. Okay? When you follow these tips, the examiner sees that you have covered this point. I can give the student 1 mark here. I can give the student 2 marks here. Okay? See, comment on how a report addresses mission and strategies, up to 6 marks. He can give you here. If you have written relevant points here, for each one of the points, he will give 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, like however marks you want to give. It's not like one full correct answer. It might be a part of small correct and incorrect answers, and you will get the marks for the correct part. Okay, so this is the marking guide which the examiners follow. It is given here. Also, if you have got your PR kits, open any questions answered in the PR kit, you will see that the marking guide will be available for each question. Okay, so for any question, you can see that marking guide is there. You can go through sample like random any 1-2 marking guides, and you will get a feel of how the ACCA allows the examiners to give marks. So that is their marking guide for examiners. This is available for each question. See, even for the professional marks, I didn't show you this, right? Let me show. I'll bring it to presentation mode again. See, for the professional marks, communication, how are they giving you? If you have written in a proper report format, given proper headings, subheadings, see, imagine the importance of what I'm telling you. Headings, if you have given, you get professional marks. Good formatting, if you have done style, language, and clarity. Never think that if you write complex jargons in your exam, you will get marks. You get marks for writing clear, crisp answers, right? In simple words, but appropriately, you are addressing the answer. So your thoughts should be clear and you get marks for them, how you are able to clearly communicate. Now imagine me as a teacher, if I start using complex jargon which I only understand, am I a good communicator? No. I'm a good communicator only if the listener is able to understand what I'm saying. It's not about exercising good speaking skills, it's about ensuring that the listener is understanding what I'm saying. So that is why you get marks for clarity, whether or not you are able to do it. Effectiveness, are you able to put across your point correctly? Is the listener able to understand in the same way in which you are trying to tell? Okay, so this is how these communication marks, analysis, balanced and reasoned assessment of all the 3 strategies. So the second subpart, I think second subpart it was there that talked about 3 strategies. So if you are giving a reasoned assessment of it, you will get the professional marks here. So there is no clear bifurcation. For report, you are getting 2 marks. For this, it's overall 10 marks. It's upon the examiner how he wants to give you those marks. So you have to really win the examiner's heart by writing right things and writing in proper format in clear way. Skepticism, I will teach each one of these skills to you in the class today itself. Okay, so don't worry about it, but see how they are given the quota of marks to give you. Okay, so coming back here, where are the answers, ma'am? Answers, see, if you click here, question, sample, answer, and then you click here. Everyone, please try it alongside me, okay? So that you also know where you can find the answers. See, question, sample, answer, and then click here. Everyone, please click here on your screens and see the answer pops up here. I know it seems like it's hidden somewhere, but now each one of you know where the answers to each question. I'm saying for each paper which is there on this platform now, be it any subject, the answer is given like this only. You have to go to the mark tab and self mark, and then you have to click to view the answer. See the answers format, report, how they have given you report to, from, date. I will be teaching all of these things, don't worry. How the format of the report should look like, introduction. See, you can see the model answer here, everything in detail. Now, ma'am, you will say, you will say, ma'am, they are writing in such long paragraphs. Are we expected to write that? You are expected to write valid points. You may not write as much, but if you're writing valid points, you will get the marks. So for each paragraph, if you're writing 2-3 lines, it's sufficient. Because it's a model answer, they'll give you the perfect answer, which is possible. Your answer may not be perfect, but it may be inching towards perfection. Okay. So that is what the objective of the class is, to teach you as many things as are relevant for the exam, so that you can include those points in your answers. Okay. See, even the examiners, see, if you just look at it blankly, you will not see how they are writing in paragraphs. But since I've emphasized it so much now that for each point you write in small paragraphs, Now you will see that every answer, be it in the PR kit also, you that the answers are written in paragraphs. Do not think that if you write in like bullet points, I've written I mean, just the main part of the answer in bullets, I'll get the marks. No. You have to ensure that you're writing as a professional, you're writing in prose. Okay. Only see, like this was, you will study about these 5 elements. There are total 5 elements of big data. They have asked 3 here. So that is what they've written in 3. But your arguments, your viewpoints, that you don't think I will write in short bullet points. No, you're writing as a professional. So you have to write in the style of paragraphs. Okay. See, this is how you will get the answer to every paper on the practice platform. Are you able to follow me? Are you able to see for your own answers for all your papers in your logins? This part which I just showed you, quick sample answer, click here. You will be able to see it. Okay. Shaldia and Ayushi, they have found it. Others, are you able to see it? Okay, so marking guide is also available. If you click here, the marking guide will show up. If you click on the sample answer, you will be able to see it. Okay, great. And everyone, please keep these sessions participative. You also keep on typing your doubts, or if you have understood yeses. That really keeps me motivated. Otherwise, I feel at a loss that are you able to understand or not. So please keep the sessions participative from both the ends. You also keep on sharing your views and thoughts in the chat box. It helps me to understand if you are following or not. Okay. Okay. Then coming back, I think now we should come back to our slides. So that discussion was on this point, that the exam is going to be a computer-based exam. Now, take a deep breath and tell me, are you feeling somewhat at ease about dealing with a computer-based exam? Now that you know how it is looking like. Otherwise, if I would not have shown you this, all the time when I was teaching, you would be wondering how I'll be writing it. Now you know how to write, where to write, which option to pick, spreadsheet or the word processor. So are you able to follow it now? Okay. So that is what a computer-based exam looks like. Nothing scary. I'm sure if you are working, it will be like very basic. In fact, now, as I've been working for so many years, my typing skills are faster than writing skills. Although when I gave the exam, it was a physical exam. But now when I see it as an advantage. It's not like scary thing that it's a computer-based exam. It's like an advantage. Okay. And that you can write in your laptops, in your computers for the exam. So typing skills, if it's good for you, super. If it is not, practice everything in your laptops. Now make it a promise to yourself that whenever I'm studying, I will have my laptop open in front of me, so that when I am practicing, like you used to practice on a pen and copy and using a copy and pen now, forget copy and pen now. Everything, open a Word file, whatever thoughts which come to your mind when you're practicing from the PR kit, type it on a proper Word file. Improve your typing skills if it is not there. If it is good, I mean, if you have a good typing speed, very good. But if you do not have, you have to work upon it. Because see, you do not have an option now. It is a computer-based exam. Some will see it as an advantage. Some will see it as a way to leverage, way to something to learn. So please use a laptop when you're studying, so that whenever you're practicing questions from the PR kit, you're actually doing it on a laptop. Okay. See, can you see how practical oriented ACCA is? In any company, be the smallest of the firms, do you think anyone is following pen and paper based accounting today? No, everything is on the computers, and ACCA is preparing you for that. So make use of this. If you are working already, you will already be comfortable. If you are not, then make it a way to learn to become comfortable with working on the computers. Okay, so that you are well prepared for the corporate world. right? So that was about computer-based exams. Please ensure you're using laptops and are practicing on the laptops. Okay, coming back, next point is approach to examining the syllabus. As I said, this paper is of 3 hours, 15 minutes. Okay, total time which you get is 3 hours, 15 minutes. There is no bifurcation of the time that 15 minutes is for reading, 3 hours is for writing, nothing like that. Total 3 hours, 15 minutes will be allotted to you. Okay, how you manage that time, it's upon you. I will be telling you how to manage that time. Okay, so I have some slides on that as well. How much time you should be spending on what. So 3 hours, 15 minutes is the total time which will be available to you. Nothing like reading time, writing time, it's total. You will be given the papers at the start of this 3 hour, 15 minutes time duration. Okay. And additional 10 minutes. See, Ayushi, that is available at the knowledge, at the skill level. I will have to check if it is available for going through the instructions, 10 minutes for going through the instructions for the strategic level. You gave your AFM paper, na? So I think it's available at the strategic level also. Then yeah, so 10 minutes will be available for going through the instructions of writing a CBE. Paper will not be available to you, just the instructions, which I will already tell you before you go for a real exam. You will know each one of those instructions. I'm sure, Ayushi, you knew those instructions before you actually saw it from your AFM classes. I had shown that there as well. So those instructions, for reading those instructions, how that CB is going to look like, you will be given 10 marks. And then these 3 or 15 minutes, this will be like with your paper, with your answer scripts when you can write. Clear? So 10 minutes reading instructions and 3 or 15 minutes for writing. Reading, writing, whatever you want to do with the question paper. Okay, cool. So that is about the time duration, and the pass mark is going to be 50%. You have to write 50 marks to pass your exam. Now I'm telling something, remember it forever for all the ACCA exams. It is easier to secure 50 marks if you have attempted a 100-mark paper rather than getting 50 marks from a 75-mark attempted paper. What I am trying to say is your aim should be to write for the entire 100 marks. It may not be perfect, but if you have attempted those 100 marks now, getting 50, which is the passing marks, becomes easier rather than writing 75 perfect answer. Okay, 75 marks, perfect answer. Rather than that, aim for writing 100, may not be perfect, but yes, I have written for 100 marks. It becomes easier to get those 50 marks. Are you able to follow what I'm saying? So rather than making your answers perfect and writing just for 75 marks and thinking you will score 50 marks, you may, I'm not saying you will not, but it is difficult then as compared to if you have written a completely 100-mark paper, may not be perfect, but yes, some relevant points, it's easier to score those 50 marks. So remember this always, your aim should be to write for the entire paper. Okay, then you will be expected to demonstrate and integrate knowledge of the syllabus topics and an ability to apply your knowledge and understanding of the subject to strategic and operational issues relevant to the organization identified in the question scenario. Now you know now that one question scenario will be there for each of the questions, and you have to apply your knowledge and understanding of the topics, whatever is relevant in those scenarios. So that is what the syllabus is like, in order to be able to add value to the senior management in that organization. Like in our example, we were writing to the CEO, right? So you as a consultant are adding value to the senior management. Okay, comfortable so far? We know what a CBE is, how much time will be allocated to us, what is the passing mark, 50%. And what is your role? You have to add value to the senior management by applying knowledge and understanding of various models which we'll be studying in our classes in the given scenario. I'm being very frank here. Don't expect common questions from anywhere in the world in ACCA exam. it's like next to 0% probability that you will get a common question. Concepts, 100%. If you're listening to the classes, concepts, I will be covering everything in its entirety here. You will know the concepts, but it's the thing that you have to identify which concept will apply to which question. That is on you, and that will come to you only if you practice properly. So will you do it? Will you give your 100% of efforts when you're studying for the paper? See, very crucial, you might study everything, but if you do not know how to apply it, you will not pass. So practice is the key in the ACCA papers. Okay. Aishi has a doubt. Papers are really lengthy in professional level. In both AFM and SBL, I could only solve for 91 marks and couldn't attempt the entire paper. See, Aishi, I am feeling actually very happy that you attempted for 91 marks. It's an achievement, I'm telling you. Because I clearly, I don't remember how much I attempted. But if you are able to inch that mark, at least minimum 90 marks, it's great. Aim for the moon, like aim for the moon, meaning aim for the entire 100 marks. If you're like even close to it now, it's good. Papers are going to be lengthy, no doubt about it. It's just about how speedy you can be now. Since you're experienced with SBL and AFM now, Aishi, I think you are all the more geared up for APM. Nothing is stopping you now. So just see how you can improve your speed more, that you can even actually add those 9 marks in your attempt. So try for that. I'll also keep on sharing my tips that how much time you should allocate. See, I have been doing this a lot more recently, because I see that when I talk to students now, they'll all tell me, ma'am, I couldn't attempt the paper completely. I knew everything. I am telling you very frankly, nothing is more disheartening as a teacher to hear a student say that, ma'am, I knew everything, but I couldn't write. And then when the result comes, they'll tell me that, ma'am, I couldn't pass. It's very, very disheartening knowing that a student knew everything, but he couldn't manage the time properly. So time management is a very, very important skill which you need to know to pass the exams. Knowing concepts is one, applying those concepts is another, and then time management is another important skill which you need to know. We will focus more on this during our sessions. Okay. So yes, coming back, this is the approach to the exam. Now let me show you. This is a very important table. You might actually be referring to it a lot, many times later also. See, as I showed you, there are 2 sections, section A and section B. Section A is question number 1. Section B has question number 2 and 3. Section A has focus on sections A, B, and C of the syllabus area. And I've given you here, summarized it here. Section A means chapter number 1, 2, 3, 4. And in the same order, I will be sharing my notes. So notes for chapter number 1, chapter number 2. You will get it properly named. So section A has got chapter 1, 2, 3, and 4. Section B has chapter 5. C has 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And D has chapter number 12 and 13. So section A question, very important. It has a focus on these 11 chapters. Okay, so total in your syllabus, you have got 13 chapters. Okay, so section A question will focus on the first 11 chapters. As I said, it will be of 50 marks, out of which 10 marks, that is 20% of the marks, will be professional marks. Okay, then section B has got 2 subparts, question number 2 and 3. One from section D. This part will definitely be tested. One of the questions, maybe subpart also. Something will be there from section D and something from any of these areas. One from section D and one from any other syllabus section. So remember this, okay? So focus of section A will be on section ABC, that is up to chapter number 11. And B section will have one question from chapter 12 or 13 and something from any one of these chapters. So all the topics. So some students ask me before exam, ma'am, what are the important topics I can study for exam? There is nothing like I can say important or not important. Each of the chapters are equally examinable. You cannot predict what is going to be asked. So even if you ask me later on, ma'am, just tell me the important chapters that I couldn't study, I'm sorry, boss, I'll not have the answer. No one knows. Because each and every topic is examined. It's not like something is definitely going to be tested in maybe 50 marks, because this is really important. Scoring good marks in section A is very important to pass, right? So because it's very unlikely if you're writing just 25 marks here and you'll get full marks to pass, to get those 50 passing marks. So it's very important you write something relevant here to pass the exam. So focus on all the chapters with all your might to pass the exam, and not just pass the exam, aim for a rank. I'm telling you, it's like super interesting to actually feel that what it is like to get those ranks and getting the recognition from everywhere. Okay. So yes, coming back, this is about your syllabus, section A, B, C, D, from chapter 1 to chapter 13. And this is how the format is going to look like. Now, something comes to my mind. Let me see if I can show that to you. Just a second. I'm trying to show you. I'll just present my Google Chrome screen. I'm trying to show you the passing grades. Those who have done CA or those who are pursuing CA, what is the past trend passing rate in your exams currently? When I passed, it was 4%. Both groups. I passed both groups together. So at that time, it was 4% passing trend. I'm trying to show you what is the passing trend for APM paper. Just a second, I'm trying to find it. Tanvi says it was 6 when I passed. I can understand. Others, those who have passed or those who have done is IPCC also, you will also have an idea na, how the passing rates are. I'm just forgetting where it is given. Yeah, it's here only. See, it's as high as 34% in September 22. Out of the 100 students who appeared for the exam, 34 students passed it. Now, comparing it to CA, you will say that, wow, it's like a lottery. Compared to like 4-6%, a 34% passing rate. It's super. But let me tell you, in comparison to other subjects of ACCA, this pass rate is low. I'll show it to you for other papers also. Give me a second. Let me show it to you for SBR, for example. SBR is like your financial reporting paper. See, do you see the difference? It's 51% here as compared to 34% there. It's that different. 51% meaning what? Out of the 100 students who appeared, half of them passed the exam. Whereas for APM, 1/3 passed the exam. So APM now, it's considered to be a difficult paper by a lot of students. The passing rate is low because the students, they know the concept, they don't know how to write it. So you have to be very, very glued to the classes with all the tips I will be sharing on how to write. And, so that once you have studied the concepts properly in the class now, whatever time you will be getting, you also on your own can focus on the formatting of the answers. So if you have attended the classes, you will know all the concepts. Then whatever time you will be left for self-studying, you can focus on writing tips, on seeing how the answers are framed in the PR kit. So the pass rate for APM paper is something within 30 to 34%. But in ACCA world, it's a low pass percentage. It's considered to be a difficult paper. So please stay focused, study hard. Because if you see, like for SBR, I've shown you. For other papers also, you can check out on your own. It's there on the ACC practice platform. I mean, ACCA Global only. I went to students and then student support resources, study support resources. You'll be able to see for each one of the papers. For SBR, you can see that it's as high as 51%. Okay. So I hope you are able to understand now how you have to approach this paper at the classes. Okay. Then new topic and very important topic. How much of the total professional marks are there in the exam? What is the total professional marks? 20. And those 20 marks we are going to be covering now. Okay. So there are total 4 professional skills. As I showed you in section A, all the 4 professional skills are tested. In section B, minimum 2. Maximum can be 4 also. All the 4 might be tested in section B answers. But examiners, I mean, the syllabus setting has clearly called out that communication as a skill will be tested only in section A. So section B, it will have only analysis, skepticism, and commercial acumen tested in them. So minimum 2, and actually we can call out maximum 3 skills can be tested in section B questions. So 20 marks is going to be covered now. But please understand that there is no, it's not something separate marks. It has to be combined with the other marks for which you'll be writing. Okay. So communication, analysis and evaluation, skepticism, and commercial acumen. The professional skill marks should not be thought. So as I said, the professional skill marks should not be thought of as a separate topic from the technical requirements. These marks are earned by providing comprehensive and relevant responses to the technical requirements. Clear? Now we are going to talk about each one of these skills in detail. We have got separate slides for them. Then you will be evaluated, when you will be asked for analysis and evaluation. Okay, what will you be expected to do in that answer? It's very important to know that. Okay. So analysis and evaluation is a very important skill because all of the questions in the APM exam will be scenario based. I've shown you already, now you know practically also that all the 3 questions, they had a scenario in the form of exhibits, right? So all the questions will be scenario based. And the scenarios are there for a reason. It is vital to spend time reading and assimilating the scenario as part of your answer planning. It is important for you to use the information in the scenario and to apply your technical knowledge. Now, what do you mean by technical knowledge? Technical knowledge is what you're going to acquire during the classes for all the technical things we are going to study. So in the analysis and evaluation professional skill, what you have to do is you have to apply the technical knowledge to the scenario. Okay. As I said, do not make the mistake of repeating theory. For example, there is a question on BCG metrics, like I showed you, right? That cash cow, stars, dog, question mark. Let's say there's a question on that. And when you start off, you just keep on writing things about what a BCG matrix is, what a cash cow means, what a star means, what a question mark means. You will not get marks. Please understand, knowing and applying is different. You may know everything about the BCG matrix, but you do not know how that BCG matrix applies to the scenario. So what you have to do is, do not just repeat theory, apply your technical knowledge to this scenario. And that's what I've highlighted. It's a scenario based. You have to apply your technical knowledge without repeating too much theory. Unless the question has specifically asked you, what is a BCG matrix? Do not write what a BCG matrix is. You have to apply that to the scenario. Okay. There are a large number of APM theories, a large number. Now, one more thing which comes to my mind when I read it. You will be learning a lot of theories in the class. Now, this is one standard homework I'm giving you right at the beginning of today's class. You will be making one separate file, Excel or Word, upon you, where you will be writing in your words what each one of the theories. So if I'm teaching you today, let's say BCG matrix only, you will in your one summary file write BCG matrix and the relevant summarized format of that BCG matrix. That's on you. And do it alongside the classes, like, right, when the classes are over today, let's say, and I have taught you some model. We are going to study a lot of models, and students really face this problem in PM and APM papers. Ma'am, we studied so many theories, now I don't know how I'll be able to read all of it before the exam. So I'm telling you today in the first class itself, whenever I teach you a theory topic, a model topic in the class, you will be including that in your summary notes in very short form, that this is the basic geometrics. These are the 4 parts. What each one of them mean in one-liners. Will you remember it? I'll tell you 1 to 2 times when I'm teaching your model that please include it in your summary notes. You do that. So that before the examiner, you just go through those notes. Okay? For the models. So you can either copy the content from the slide. You want to write on your own words. It's on you. It's your summary note. So do that. So you will be studying a lot of APM theories, and it is important that you have a good broad knowledge of these because they often get examined. Okay. You are primarily being tested on your ability to apply your theoretical knowledge to the scenario in the question. Very, very important. Just you're not being tested for, how well you are able to learn theories. You are being tested on how well you are able to apply the theories. Okay, see, it's written here also, not your ability to simply recite. APM ACC examining team often comment that candidates repeat memorized material, they score only 20 to 30% marks. A good professional level answer will go beyond the mere repetition of how a technique works and will focus on using it to produce an analysis that relates to the entity's specific environment as identified in the question scenario. Okay, so that is what you have to do. Okay. Then, so are we clear? What do you have to do in analysis when you are being tested? For your analysis skill, what are you being tested for? How well you are able to apply a technical concept which you'll be studying to that particular scenario. Then it's a very clear-cut guide on how to score these marks. What you have to do, given in proper headings, see, look at it. Appropriate analysis of data to support discussion and draw appropriate conclusions. Meaning, you'll be given a lot of data. So for example, in one of the questions I showed you, there was one table, right? That table, it had a lot of data. You have to analyze that data to support what your argument is. So if you're suggesting that the company is not performing well, let us say you're making this statement that the company is not performing well. Rather than making this general statement that the company is not performing well, now imagine a statement. The company is not performing well as its ROI is going down from 5% to 2%. I'm just making up my point. So supporting your answer with proper data analysis, that is going to fetch you marks. So this is known as creating information from data. You might have studied this information and data in your computer classes somewhere, that what is the difference between data and information. Data is cluttered. There will be a lot of pieces of small data which will be available. But how you make sense out of it is known as information. Okay, so that is creating information from data. This is something very important that you have to know. Appropriate analysis of data to support discussion and draw appropriate conclusions. Then, ability to consider relevant factors applicable to a company's situation. Okay, meaning to say that the question might not specifically call it out that you have to apply a particular model to that scenario. Okay, it is on your ability to consider which factor or which model will apply to the company's situation. For that, you get analysis and evaluation marks. Okay, see, the very reason I'm telling you these things now is because once you deep dive into the technical concepts now, you tend to forget that you have marks allocated just for these professional skills. And that is why I'm spending this time with you right in the first class today, that these are the skills which you will be needing for each and every answer, total 20 marks. And this is definitely asked. I mean, definitely a part of your question paper. Just have to exercise it with respect to each question. So when you are studying, your mind should be alert that whether I'm completely clear in the concept, will I be able to analyze information of the topic or not? Okay. So first one, what you have to do is to support the discussion with relevant points. Okay, number one. Number two is to consider which factors will apply to that particular situation, which model will apply to that situation. Then, and yes, very important, which I've highlighted also, answer should be specific to the company. Do not write general comments. I mean, I'll give you examples when we have a look at some examples in the class. Just writing general things won't get you marks. Like, how do I give you an example? A question. So let's for BCG matrix only. If it is being asked and you're writing generally about it, generally about what the BCG matrix is used for and everything, without any link with the question, that's not going to get you marks. So you have to be very specific to the scenario, how you are able to use those factors in answering the question's requirement. Okay. And then finally, third, what are we studying? How to score analysis and evaluation marks, right? First, what did we study? That how to support your discussion with appropriate conclusions. Second is the ability to consider which factors will apply to that situation. And third, how to score marks in analysis and evaluation is you have to present a balanced views. You know, you might have done appraisal in your work, ability to appraise information. What do you mean by appraisal? Creating a balanced view about the good and the bad, about the pros and the cons. So in performance management, what could be the pros and the cons? You are going to be evaluating the strengths, the weaknesses, the costs, the benefits. When you are being evaluated on this point now, you have to give a balanced view. Okay. See, let me tell you one thing, that it's not like each one of the three things you have to ensure you are making a part of your answer. It's about what is relevant for your question. So in a question, maybe this point, presenting a balanced view, may not be relevant at all. Okay. Okay, so you may not actually be able to present a balanced view. So it's upon you how you actually deal with it for each of the questions. Okay. So friends, there is some personal exigency I just got to know. I'm really sorry about it. We'll have to wrap up today's class. We will resume tomorrow again. So it's just for the first class we are wrapping up today early. I'm sorry I have to leave so early. I'm just it's a personal loss that I have suffered, so I just have to go. So we'll see you tomorrow. Okay. So that was about the first professional skill, analysis and evaluation. Hello everyone. Sorry for the inconvenience. We will continue our class for the remaining duration. And I hope you would have eaten something and are refreshed. We'll continue our discussion on the professional skills which we were talking about. So we covered the first professional skill, and that was analysis and evaluation. So what can you conclude about this skill? How can you score marks in this one? First of all, please try to remember these things together with me in the class, okay? So first of all, as I said, is to convert data into information. That is, to pick up the data and support your viewpoints, correct? Number two is to apply the knowledge which you will be acquiring relevant to that scenario. And then number three skill, how to get these marks, is to provide a balanced view of the situation, be it the benefits, the opportunities, the threats, and the risks and costs associated with. Will you be able to remember this? Whenever you are asked to write an answer, in which you are being evaluated for analysis and evaluation professional skill, you need to ensure that you're covering all of these points. Is it fine? Can I move ahead to the next slide? Okay, great. Then, commercial acumen is the next professional skill which you need to know. See, commercial acumen, what you need to know is that how much you are aware about a particular situation. Okay. So let us say this currently there was this COVID corona outbreak which happened. How the businesses were impacted because of it. So if you are aware, demonstrating an awareness about this scenario and how it is practical to do something in such a scenario, that is what we are going to cover in commercial acumen. So commercial acumen is mainly talking about the awareness, demonstrating an awareness that both use your analysis and your recommendation skills to be practical and plausible given the resources of a company that the situation finds itself in. So how you can practically use the resources which are available and ensure that you get the best outcome out of it. Okay. Demonstrating an awareness of organizational and external factors. Remember this point for the entire APM paper, very important is that you do not just look internal, but also external to the organization. We will be covering it in a lot of different topics also specifically. But please remember that in APM paper, you just don't evaluate your results internally that this has been my profit margin, this is how the company is performing internally as compared to its prior years. But you also compare it what the industry benchmark is. For example, let's talk about ITC. Okay, so ITC can evaluate its results in two ways, internal as well as external. Now ITC, it is a part of three types of industries actually. It's an FMCG company also, it's a hotel industry also, it is in tobacco also. Let us think for the time being, we're talking about the FMCG sector. So in the FMCG sector, what can we do? Do we have some industry benchmarks that ITC can use that as compared to this company, I am at this position. So as compared to, give me one example of an FMCG company. Which company can ITC compare itself with in the industry? Think. HUL, very good. Britannia, yes. Then, very good examples, Dabur. So what it can do is it can check internally also that, I have performed. So let's say my profit margin was 15% in 2021. In 2022, it has come up to 17%. So I have performed better as compared to earlier year internally. But how is my profit margin as compared to Dabur, as compared to Britannia, as compared to HUL? So the examples which you have called out, perfect. So that is what external looking. Don't you think the managers who are sitting in this company, ITC, they are exercising an awareness about their situation? And that is what is expected of you also, that you as a professional, how aware you are. So make it a point now. Let me give you something which you should know, that there is a student accountant magazine which is published by the ACCA. Have a look at those magazines. Even the ACC curriculum tells you that you should actually be studying these magazines because it covers the real world events in the business world. Okay, so what is happening, what might be relevant for you, because it is not a surprise to expect something practically oriented which has happened. For example, like the Brexit, when it happened, it was a part of a lot of questions in the ACC exams at that time. Okay, so what you should do, read this magazine, Student Accountant. Let me show it to you where you can find it. Give me a moment. See, I'll show it to you. Let me present my screen. Have a look here. So if you go on Google and search ACCA student accountant now, you will get a link to this. Student accountant, ACCA Global. See, download our app. Download their app on your phone. You can have a look at the articles at the comfort of your phone. Whenever you are traveling or something and you just need something to read, why don't you spend your time in reading something fruitful? Okay, so download this app and read through the articles. Very, very interesting. Nothing boring. It's not like a normal business magazine. You can actually find insightful things in this app, and not just specific to any one country. It's global. So students, they really read this. They really read the articles in this app and they find it useful. So please ensure you're reading it, and it will develop your commercial acumen skills. So like if you are working, then that is also a plus point here, because sometimes the questions are specific to a particular industry. Let's say a shipping company. Now imagine if you have done an audit of a shipping company. If you're working in a big four and you got a chance to do the audit of a shipping company, then imagine the type of commercial advantage you have in this type of a question. You have practical exposure in that company, right? So you can do it. Demonstrate an awareness of the organizational and external factors. So I hope this point is clear. When you are analyzing information, so now let's talk from exam point of view. Don't think you have to actually use practical real world examples. It's written here. Don't think you have to actually use practical real world examples all the time. You might actually get hints of something in the question scenario itself, that you can exercise your commercial acumen skill by comparing the information, by comparing your scenario with that particular item which will be given to you in the question. So that is how you can exercise your commercial acumen. You can actually read through the marking guides of particular questions to see how commercial acumen is getting tested, how it is being evaluated in that particular question. Like I showed you, right, that marking guide. So have a look at marking guide and see for that particular question how the commercial acumen is being tested. Commercial acumen in 2 words is just awareness, demonstrating awareness about the scenario. So just remember this, how you are practically aware and gives practical solutions to the situation. Okay. Performance measures, either examining which measures are appropriate or looking at actual performance of the organization, and decisions that are being considered regarding a proposed change in an organization's activity. So if you are given, so let's say, I'll give you an example. If you're given in the question that the company is thinking about doing this change in their capital structure, and you have to evaluate whether it is a good thing or a bad thing for the company. That is what is testing your commercial acumen. Are you giving them valid points that whether this new capital structure, what is the capital structure? The mix of debt and equity. Whether that new capital structure is actually beneficial for the company or not. So you might say that if the company increases its debt to $200 million, then its gearing ratio will be this much. Its debt equity ratio will be this much. It might face liquidity risk. Okay. If you are giving out these arguments in your answer, you will get the commercial acumen professional marks. Okay. So just a second. Somehow the highlights which I had put here didn't get saved. And that's why you're not seeing the highlights here. Okay, not a problem. So let's read through it now. I will put the highlights at the necessary places again before sharing the slides with you so that you can actually get those keywords highlighted in these slides. Okay. Then commercial acumen, moving ahead. What do we have? As I said, you have to exercise You have to identify the practical situations and then frame your answers, how to actually use those practical scenarios in the given scenario. One important thing which will help you is recognizing the key external constraints and key stakeholders. Okay. Yeah. Key external constraints and the key stakeholders. What are the key stakeholders in a company? Tell me. What do you think are the key stakeholders of a company? What do you mean by a stakeholder? Let's see. Very good, Shalya. Investors, that means the shareholders, the employees, the customers, the suppliers, the government is also a key stakeholder, the environment in which you're working, the society. So there can be a lot of key stakeholders, correct? These are, and when you are writing your answers in commercial acumen, now, try to identify. The directors are also a key stakeholder. So when you're writing the answer, try to find out the key stakeholders of that company. See, you know the list of key stakeholders, but in that company, you might not have the information about each and every stakeholder, right? So for that situation, which are the key stakeholders? You frame your answers with their viewpoint, that if you are giving a solution to a problem, then how will it impact a particular group of stakeholders, right? So this is what you have to ensure when you're writing your answers for commercial acumen. So how do you score marks in commercial acumen? By demonstrating awareness of just internal, right? Of only the internal environment. I will demonstrate awareness of only the internal environment. Yes? Yes, internal as well as external. You have to exercise awareness of both. Okay? That how does the company compare itself to the industry benchmark? That is number one, demonstrating awareness. Then number two is evaluating the impact on the key stakeholders. Whatever suggestions you are giving, how does it impact the key stakeholders? Okay, then that is what you have to ensure, and using judgment in proposing and recommending commercially viable solutions. So you might think something out of the box, it's very good, but is it commercially and financially viable? That you have to ensure whether it will apply in that situation or not, because as I said, you cannot expect common questions in ACCA exam. You might have read about a possible solution to a scenario in one of your practice questions, and you think that it can also apply to the question which is being asked in the exam. Please ensure that it is practically possible for that company. So imagine one of the practice questions which you studied, it is talking about a company set up in the USA. Okay, and there was a technological advancement in USA, and therefore a company could adopt it. But do you think that same solution you can suggest for a company which is set up in South Africa, a small country in South Africa? No. So you have to ensure that your answers are commercially viable to that situation. So as I said, no rote learning. You have to be practical minded to get the marks in ACCA. Okay, the next skill is the communication skill. Now, practically speaking, this is one skill which is very easy to explain. I don't have to tell you what communication is. Do you want me to tell you what communication is? You all are champs. You all working something or the other. You know what communication is, or you might have done it in your classes also. The thing here is that this carries a lot of marks. See, it's given here. The skill is likely to be worth about 4 to 5 marks in the exam. See, in the first question, section A only communication will be tested, right? Out of the 10 marks, imagine 4 to 5 marks is just for communication skills. And rest, all 3 skills, they together get 5 marks. So it's a very, very, very important skill. And I also focus a lot on it, how you have to give a proper heading, how you start off a report. See, communication skill is relevant for the report question only. Every question in the APM paper in section A is of a report format. Every question. Okay. Now, when I teach section A answers, what I do is I'll tell you what the format of that report is going to look like. How are you going to start it? From, to, date, subject. These are the standard first 4 lines of a report. And then you give the introduction, what that report is going to talk about. We will cover a lot of it in the details, but please start building the foundation of these concepts in your mind right away. And that in section A, introduction, you're going to talk about what the report is going to talk about. Then you start off with the main content, the body of the report in paragraphs with proper headings and subheadings. And then you give the conclusion. This is the format of a report which is applicable for each and every report question. Okay. Now, see, more or so, you will find that this is a question on appropriate format, right? So this skill is worth 4 to 5 marks in the exam, and you have to provide a suitable heading to the answer, short introduction, use subheadings, and what I also taught you, a reference to spreadsheet calculations where appropriate. So that is what communication skills will get you marks for. Okay. Then one thing which I told you is clarity and effectiveness of messages. You, as a consultant of the company, is not someone who is supposed to complicate matters. You are supposed to simplify complex issues. Okay. So what you have to do is you need to break down the matter in the language in which the person reading your report will understand. So where possible, your answer should aim to simplify complex issues. By doing so, you will be conveying information in a way that is easily understood by and reflect the requirements of the intended audience. Very important message, which I've already conveyed. When you are communicating, you think from the point of view of your listener, from the point of view of your audience, whether he or she is able to understand you or not. That is what gives you the marks for communication skills. Am I a good communicator? That will be judged on the basis of how well you are able to understand. Okay. So effective communication means that your answer is specifically relevant to the company in the question rather than making a general point. Again, it's being repeated again and again. There is a reason for it because students do this mistake all the time. Just to make their answers long, they keep on repeating things. They write in general ways. So don't do that. Okay. And then use of appropriate technology. Now you are well versed with what technology you will be encountering in your ACCA APM exam. The spreadsheet function, the word processor, how you can create links within the Excel. Also, are you aware of how to create links between the cell? You press equals to and that particular, click on that cell and give the cell reference. It gets linked, right? Let me show you what I'm saying. See, what I'm trying to say is, I'm sure you all would be knowing. If you don't, it's okay. So let us say you have the data for 5 years. You have calculated it. You have 100 and every year the cash flows are going to grow by 100. So should I write 100 plus 100 or can I write equals to A2 plus 100? Can I do this? Right? So this is what I'm trying to say, very basic, but maybe students, they do not know. So what now I can do is this plus 100 and I can just drag it. So these shortcuts, these things you should know. How well are these basic Excel skills for you all? Do you know them or not? Okay, so it will be useful. You need to use Excel in the best possible manner. Create links, do the calculations in the cell. As I said, do not make the mistake of doing the calculation in a calculator and hard putting the numbers in the Excel cells, that won't get you marks. You have to perform the calculations in Excel itself so that the examiner can follow what you are doing. Okay. Then the next skill is skepticism. What do you mean by skepticism? In general, what do you mean by skepticism? Ever heard this word? Skepticism. Very good. That's the word I wanted to hear. Having a questioning attitude. Did you study that in your audit ethics paper also? What is the quality you need to have as a professional? That you have a questioning attitude. Why is something the way it is? If you're just accepting everything which is given to you, then maybe you don't know things properly, right? So as a professional also, we are told to have a questioning attitude. You know, if there is any assumption which the other person is making, is that assumption correct? So this is what skepticism is about. And this skill is also very, very easy to score. Let me tell you. So in skepticism now, you have to critically assess, you have to criticize that if that finance director, so they will tell you in the scenario in the exhibit that the finance director of the company has assumed that the cost of equity will not change even after increasing debt in the company. Is it a valid assumption? No. Cost of equity will change. If the risk is becoming higher, cost of equity will also increase. The expectations of the equity shareholders also increase. Now, you as a professional have to question that assumption. And that is possible only if you are aware that there will be an impact on cost of equity because of change in debt. Right? So, you have to question, you have to give them the reason why you are questioning it. Like I told you the reason, then definitely there will be a change. There will be an increase in the cost of equity because of increase in the risk of the company. Equity shareholders will also start demanding higher return. What is cost of equity? The return which the equity shareholders want. So this is how you do a skepticism in the question answer. You have to critically assess the assumptions which the question is telling you about. And that is critical assessment and how you score marks for this professional skills. Effective challenge and critical assessment. Then, second way to score marks for skepticism is identification of missing or additional information which may alter the decision reached. So it happens all the time that the question gives you some information, and on the basis of those information, you perform all the calculations. But it might so happen that you realize that this is a critical information which is not given to me. If it was given, my answer could have changed substantially. For example, I'll tell you, the question gave you data the data to calculate the NPV, okay? But it didn't give you the tax rate, okay? You perform the calculation very perfectly, you calculate the NPV. Is it the right way to calculate NPV? Will there be an impact of tax in the cash flows which are used to calculate the NPV, the net present value? Obviously, tax is a major proportion of the outflows of a company. If you do not question the non-availability of information about tax rate, then there is something wrong. You as a professional are failing because you haven't highlighted the very important missing information. So that is what gets you marks in skepticism as a professional skill. That how are you able to identify the missing or additional information which may completely alter? So it might so happen that the NPV was positive without considering tax, but it turns out to be negative if you consider the impact of tax. So it is something which can alter the decision. So you have to identify, you have to highlight in the theory part of your report or any in this section B answers also that this information is not available. it would be suggested that information is collected on this point so that we can evaluate our answer better. You will read these points. Now, when I've told you what this line is about, why is this being included, you will be able to relate to your answers better. Okay, when you will be reading the answers from the PR kit, you will realize that this point must be in the part as a part of the answer because it is covering the skepticism skill. Okay, so try to build this habit only if you are aware what the paper is expecting you to do, then only you will be able to do. If you just plainly read all the books, all the PR kit answers, still you will be you'll be having very general vague idea about the exam pattern. But now when I have highlighted these things, I'm sure when you read the answers, you will see that this point is necessary for getting the marks of skepticism, getting the marks of commercial acumen. Okay, and then finally, the third way to get the marks in skepticism skill is demonstration of the ability to probe into the reasons for issues and problems. Okay, so what you have to do is probe into the reasons. There is a problem. The question has told you that this is a problem. You read through all the exhibits, and then you find out what is the reason for that problem. You have to demonstrate that ability that yes, you not just know the problem, but you also know the reason for that problem. And I'm sure so think yourself to be a doctor. So the patient is suffering from some illness. You don't know the illness, the reason for the illness. Will you be able to give him a medicine for it? No. Same thing happens to us as a professional accountant or as a chartered accountant. That there is a problem which the company is facing. But if you do not know the reason why the company is facing a problem, will you be able to give them the remedy to correct that situation? No. So in skepticism, you will be marked for the skill, whether you are able to identify the reasons for a particular problem and then give the suitable solution. See, giving suitable solution, where were you getting marks? In which skill were you getting the marks for giving practical solutions? Remember, I highlighted this. Which part was that? This one. Using judgment in proposing and recommending commercially viable solution. Which skill was it? Commercial acumen. But for giving this solution to a problem, if you know the reason, that is getting evaluated in skepticism skill. So what are the 4 skills now? Analysis and evaluation, commercial acumen, communication, and skepticism. These are the 4 skills for which you will be marked. Now let's just, in simple words, try to understand what each of these skills mean and how can we score the marks. Let's just talk, okay? Even you can share your answers in the chat box. What is analysis and evaluation skill? How do we score marks in analysis and evaluation? Converting data into information, applying technical, very good, Shalya, very good, and then applying technical knowledge to the scenario. That is analysis and evaluation, very simple. Then next skill was commercial acumen. What did we study in commercial acumen? Demonstrating an awareness, internal as well as external, and then giving practical solutions to the problems. That is commercial acumen. Then the third skill, very simple. Third skill is what? Communication. How do I score marks on communication skill? Formatting, giving proper headings, clarity of the message, simplifying what I'm trying to say. Clarity, right? Formatting. That is how you get the marks in communication skill. And number 4, fourth skill, what did we study? Skepticism. It is on the screen also. You have a questioning attitude, questioning the assumptions, questioning a particular technique which has been used to calculate a particular thing in the question. Or maybe something like, if there is a problem, then what is the reason for the problem? These are the things which you can do to get marks in skepticism. So please tell me if all of you have understood this part. Any doubts? Now, will you get those 20 marks in exam? Will you try to get it now? Is it clear? Yes. Okay. Ayushi and Harita, are we clear? Okay, great. Then, so that is about the 4 professional skills, very important. See, 20% of your marks are lying in this 4 slides. So if you are aware, now when you will be reading the answers now, try to see these nitty-gritties in the answers, in the book's answer. Then you will realize that I can get this mark if I'm making it a habit to write such type of things in my answer. See, I'll tell you the approach which I followed. See, when I studied, first round, it's just about knowing about the syllabus when you're reading through the study kit, when you're going through the workbook. So that we are doing in the class itself, and then a lot of great detail. Because I'll tell you, the details in which we study now, we study like 100%, everything. Completely, like everything gets covered. Maybe an exam now, it's not like they'll test you for such technical topics in depth. Those who have appeared for exams before any one of the professional levels, they will relate to this better. That we will study something in a lot of detail, maybe the questions won't ask you that much. But the confidence it is going to give you now, that I know everything, come what may, I will be able to attempt the paper. That confidence is what is going to make you pass. Okay, so ensure that you have grip on the complete subject. So we will be doing that. As I said, first thing which I did was to go through the complete syllabus, which we are going to do in the class itself. The next thing is when you are studying these topics, side by side, I will keep on telling you which questions to practice. So side by side, you pick up those questions from the PR kit. In the first round, I'm telling you something very, very important. Listen to this carefully. In the first round, when you're reading the PR kit answers, don't try to solve the PR kit answers completely on your own, right? Like, I will read the answer in the first attempt itself. You might not be that well prepared for it. For the first round, read the question and then read the answer. It's all right. Okay? Question and the answer. But when you are reading it, read it very, very slow, highlighting the important bits of the answer. That this is something I would not have even thought about. Highlight it. Mark, write down in simple words what it is trying to say. Use a pen when you are, reading through the PR kit. Make your book dirty like anything by writing the important stuff, underlining things. You make that habit so that, that book become yours. It's just you who will be able to understand it perfectly well. Okay. When you're reading it for the first time, as I said, read the PR kit answers in a way very, very small, slowly, reading through each of the nitty-gritties, trying to understand what skill is being tested, and you write those things there. Highlights, make circles around important keywords. Then, once you are done, that you will be doing together with the classes. And then second round of revision of the PR kit only, that you will do only for the tough questions. Okay, that 100% revision of the tough questions. So what you have to do during the first round itself is to label the questions. Like you would have studied in inventory, ABC category you give now for inventory, that A is the top priority, something which is very, very important. You cannot run your business without that type of inventory. So that is A. When you are reading the PR kit answers for the first time, label your questions like that. This topic, this question is super important. A, it's category A question. Now, some questions, overall they are simple, but one part that's like, I don't know, it's very complicated. I couldn't have solved it. Just label that part as A, rest question is part C, type C. If you use that approach now, your mind will be very systematically following it. that before the exam, I need to cover at least type A questions again in their entirety with proper practice on a laptop, with a word processor and a spreadsheet functionality. When you do that, your mind is prepared now that I know the answer, but for these difficult answers, I have done it twice. I'm sure I'll not make a mistake again. And even when you're doing the second round of revision of the PR kit, you still make some mistake, highlight it like this is the red alert. I'm not able to solve it again. This time you mark it as very super important, and right before the exam, make sure you're going through these answers again, so that you are confident about it, that at least the difficult bits I know, I'll be able to solve it now. So third round of revisions will be like of the super critical answers which you couldn't do even when you were doing it for the third time. Okay. So that is about round one. Round one is completely very, very slow, very detailed view. You know the syllabus in the class. Now you're practicing it. So give your heart and soul when you're doing the first round of revision. Okay, highlighting things, marking keywords and everything. That's the first round. And during this round, label your questions A, B, C. Label the subparts also if needed. This question overall is easy, just this part I will read again. Do this. And then keep yourself engaged with the book. Do not just think that I will study after the syllabus is done in the class. I'm sorry guys, if you do that, you will not have enough time before the exam. So make sure you do it alongside the classes so that even if you have any doubts, that gets addressed very easily. You don't have to wait for the syllabus to get over. Okay. So follow that approach, class notes and revision 1, 2, 3 of the PR kit. If you do this, I'm sure you're getting a pass to pass the exam. You will definitely do it. Okay. So moving on, the exam success skills. Very important. Like we have already covered it a lot, how to get the marks in the exam. So let's just quickly go through these slides. First skill is the correct interpretation of the requirements. Now I showed you, right, what the format of the exam is. First you have the exhibits, then you have the requirements, and then you have the answer, response options. Okay. Whenever, now please tattoo this in your mind. I'm going to follow this all the time. And if I'm not, you are the ones who are going to correct me. That, ma'am, you haven't done this. And what is it? Read the requirement first before you go to reading the exhibits. Always know what is being asked. No, ma'am, why are we doing this? We haven't done it ever before. The reason is, ever before, did you encounter such long questions in your life? Such big prose and theory and stories, everything given to you? No. So only in ACCA you encounter such questions, and that is the reason we suggest you first read the requirement. That what is being asked, you might not make much sense of the requirement at that time, but when you read the exhibits after reading the requirement, you know that this part of the exhibit will be relevant for answering this particular requirement, so on and so forth. So your mind becomes alert that this is asked in the question. I need to be alert when I'm reading through this part. Read the requirement first. So that is number one skill which you need to develop, is to make sure you read the requirement first. And when you read the requirement, you identify the correct verb. What is asked? You will be asked a lot of different types of exam verbs. These are known as exam verbs. Okay. I'll be covering each one of these exam verbs. What are you required to do in each of them? So first one is advise. So your questions requirement will start with advise the CEO on this aspect. When you are asked on advise what you should do, so you need to provide them, this requires you to provide someone with useful information so that they get to know what they should do based on a consideration of the issues presented in the scenario. Just like you're advising someone, this is something what you should be doing. Okay, so that is advise as an exam verb. Then second exam verb is analyze. Now you all are champs. on analyzing. And what you have to do in analyzing, you have to ensure that you are covering the necessary data and providing a detailed breakup of that interpretation of that data. Then apply also, you know how you can apply a particular concept to the scenario. Assess is to judge the importance or estimate the nature, quality, or significance of an issue. Okay, then discuss is you just give the arguments, the pros and cons of the scenario. Okay, so that is discuss. Then we have evaluate also, we have done analysis and evaluation. We have to give a balanced discussion, the pros and cons, the opportunities, the threats, the strengths and weaknesses of the scenario. So that is what you will have to do if the question verb is starting from evaluate this and this. So let me show you what I'm trying to say. Give me a moment. I'll have to go to the practice platform again. Yes, so they give it here only. Now let's see. See, if you look at the requirements of the question which we went through. Okay, this one is the report question, not this one. Let's go to question number 2. Here you can scroll through the questions. Okay, question number 1, 2, and 3. Question number 2. Requirements. See, this is the question verb I'm talking about. Please look at this. Assess. What will you do in assess? Have a look. I showed you this verb here. Assess. This requires you to judge the importance or estimate the nature, quality, or significance of an issue. You have to give the importance, the nature, the quality of that issue. Are you able to understand what I'm trying to teach you? How it is relevant? Assess. Then here the question verb is, exam verb is calculate. So will you write some theory in this part? It's just plainly asking you to calculate. Will you get any marks if you're writing supporting theory for it? No. It's just a simple calculative question. You will do it in the spreadsheet function. Then provide justified recommendation. This is the question verb. Justified recommendation. Now you're going to give them recommendations for each division's controller. So are you able to follow? You do as per the question verb. Very important to notice this. Assess, evaluate, advise, recommend. These are the common types of question verbs which I have also put in my slide. Okay. See, recommend is given here. The next slide. Explain. Explain, when you are being asked to explain, this involves making an idea clear and could require you to, for example, show logically how a concept is developed or to give the reason for an event. Now, in this, as we were talking about the BCG matrix, what did I tell you? If the question is specifically asking you to explain what a BCG matrix is, you don't do that, right? If the question is explain the BCG matrix, then obviously you will be explaining what the BCG matrix is. So this is what the verb you have to notice. What I'm trying to say is you be very alert when you are reading the requirements. I told you, right? Step 1 is to read the requirements and read the requirements very slowly to notice what the question is asking you. What is the question verb? Illustrate. Illustrate means you have to support with examples. This will require to give concrete examples normally drawn from each question scenario. And recommend, if you are asked to recommend, then you are expected to use details. Like that question which we just saw, expected to use details presented in the scenario to create a logical and justified course of action. Are you able to understand the importance of what I'm trying to say? Step 1, read the requirements. And when you are reading the requirements, notice what the question is asking you to do. If it is asking you to explain and you do advise, will you get marks? No. If it is asking you to calculate and you write theory, something, will you get marks? No. So these are the common mistakes which students do, and then they complain that, ma'am, I knew everything, I wrote everything, I didn't get marks. But are you writing what is asked of you? That is the important question. And that is what I'm trying to explain to you right in the first class. Whenever you are reading questions, make sure you read the requirement first and what is asked specifically in that requirement. Okay, are you with me so far? Any doubts? Okay, Ayushi says yes. What about others? Are we clear so far? Any doubts?
I didn't understand that.
My mobile is responding. I didn't understand that. So sorry about it. Yeah. Okay. So next step 1, we are done. Step 2 is now you read the rest of the question. And whatever the exhibits are, now I showed you that there will be multiple exhibits. So you go through the exhibits now. So exhibits 1, exhibit 2, go through it in detail. Now, when you're reading the exhibit, you will know that this exhibit will be important for me to develop my answer for part 1, part 2, part 3, whatever that is. That is what you do in step 2. Read the rest of the question. And then you have understood, right? Why are we reading the requirement first? So that if you start off with reading the exhibits, you will read it like a story. Then you will read the requirement and then you will again read the exhibit. What is bigger in length, exhibit or the requirement? Obviously, the exhibits are longer in length. So rather than reading the exhibits twice, why can't we read the requirements twice? So if you have read the requirement first, you are alert when you're reading the exhibits, okay? Right at the first time, and then you read back the requirements so that you can answer appropriate to what the question is, okay? So that is what is given here. Step 3 is read the requirement again. So will you be following these steps now? Every time, and not just for APM, I'm telling you. It's relevant for all the exams. Okay, so that is the first success skill which you need to follow. Step 1, read the requirements. Step 2, read the exhibits. And then step 3, read the requirements again. And during this, be very alert what the question verb is. Then, next one, next exam skill is numerical analysis. APM is a mix of theory and practical, right? So you have to be very, very smart with your calculations. Efficient numerical analysis is what you will be doing. You have to show the marker where the numbers have come from. See, show the marker where the numbers have come from. As I said, do not make the mistake of doing calculation in your calculator and hard putting the numbers. That is what it is talking about. Then another thing is clear labeling. So supporting, so if you're doing some calculation in a cell, you need to give that small heading. What is that cell containing? Is it containing profit before tax? Is it containing profit after tax? That small labeling should be there for the examiner to understand what that content in that cell is meaning. Are you able to understand what I'm saying? Clear labeling should be there. You're doing some calculation, but also mention what is the calculation in that cell. Then workings. Working on it, if the workings are visible, then obviously that the examiner follows. But now sometimes what happens is, how do I tell you? Some adjustments are required to be made, right? You're doing some calculation, and within that calculation, one part of the solution requires much more detailed calculation. Okay, so what you should be doing in that case is to write those details in the working part. Okay, in the working you mention that these are the calculations, and then link it to the top. Are you able to follow? Let me show it to you with Excel. See, like this. Let's just continue with this. Okay, randomly I'm telling you, we can also discuss it. This is something which you have done, calculation. Now this 100 is calculated somehow. So what I will do, so I'm labeling it here. These are the cash flows. Okay. And This is year 1, year 2, year 3, 4, 5 cash flows which are there. I'll delete this row. Oops, yeah. So these are the cash flows. Now, this 100 I calculated somewhere else. It was not given to me directly, this 100 I'm talking about. So what I do, in the bracket here itself, I write note 1. And this I'll be doing within the spreadsheet function, okay? So I write here note 1. I do remaining calculations. So I calculate the NPV here, okay? So let us say the discounting rate is 12%. And I calculate the NPV here. Present value of the cash flows, 12. I select the values. I get the 1000 is the present value of the cash flows. Now, this I have completed the calculation. What I do, I go down and then I write note 1. Calculation of year 1 cash. Okay. And then whatever way I've calculated it, plus, minus, add, less, whatever I have done to find out the first year cash flows, I will do it here. And then what I will do, I have calculated it to be 100 here, okay? And then what I will do, I will link this 100 to here. Are you able to follow what I'm saying? So sometimes what happens when you're doing your calculations, one of the calculations require more detailed working. So rather than cluttering it here, rather than cluttering this here by adding few rows that add, minus, whatever I've done below, if I do it here, so won't it look cluttered? Just for first year, I'll be doing the calculations here and getting 100. Okay. So rather than doing that, what I did, I made this main answer simple. I did the working in a note below. Are you able to follow me, everyone? Don't you think that writing in this way is cluttered? If I make a proper referenced note, it becomes easier. So follow this approach in exam. And that is what is given here. Your workings, clearly labeling your numbers, then workings, if there is a need to show detailed workings, you do it in a note below. Okay. Then keep your workings simple, clear, that's fine. Okay. Then the third important skill, I'll say it's the most important skill and the skill which most students struggle with, and that is time management. Okay, really important. So I will make use of Excel here. Fine. See, so what is the total time available for you? 3 hours, 15 minutes, correct? Can I say that is 195 minutes? Nothing, just 3 into 60 plus 15. Can I say that is 195 minutes? What is the time which you have? I mean, what are the number of marks which you have to appear for? 100 marks. Can I say, just broad level, I have got 1.95 minutes per mark. Can you do this basic math here? I hope you're able to understand this. Okay. Now, if you would have noticed when I showed you the format of the questions. So is this clear? For each mark, you will get how much? 1.95 minutes per mark. Now, let us talk about a 25 mark question. Everyone, please follow this carefully. How much time do I have in total for a 25-minute mark question? Can I say it is 25 multiplied with 1.95 minutes? And that is, if I have to just round it. Can I say it is 49 minutes total time? See, I'm teaching a very, very important thing. Please follow this carefully. For a 25 mark question, I have 49 minutes available to me. Now tell me, this 25 mark question, it will be broken down how? So in one of the questions which we saw, it was 6, 6, 8, and then 5 professional marks. These are technical marks. Technical marks. And this is and these are 5 professional marks, right? This is a breakup of a 25-mark question. Then can you tell me, if I follow that math here, 6 into 1.95, if I follow this, how much time I've consumed? I'm just doing 6 into 1.95. How much time have I consumed? 49 minutes only, but ma'am, you said it should be 49 minutes. And then, are you going to write anything specifically here? So should I do 5 into 1.95 so that the total adds up to 49? Will I be writing anything specifically for the professional marks? No, we are not writing anything specifically. It will be a part of my overall answer, right? So this time which you are saving here, I paste it below. Please follow this very carefully. These are minutes. This is your writing time for each of the subparts, part A, part B, part C. And these are 5 professional marks. And this 10 minutes which you have saved now because of professional marks, that you will give for learning the answer. Please let me know if you have understood. So for the first 10 minutes in a 25-mark question, I will be spending my time in reading the requirement, in then reading the exhibits, and then reading the requirement again, and then preparing in my mind, what do I have to write? Is it like if I just read and then I immediately know what I have to write? No, no. I need some time to think also. So that 10 minutes now you will be using for planning. Please let me know if you have understood this. So this 12 minutes for writing part A, 12 minutes for writing part B, just for writing, I'm saying. And this 10 minutes just for planning. Everyone in the class, please let me know if you have understood. Aishi says yes. Others, Prince, Shalvya, Harita say yes. Okay. So they have understood now. So for a 25-mark question, writing time is this much. For a 6-mark question, so approximately like you just multiply it with 2 in a simple way to see how much time you're given, you're available for that particular question. Now, ma'am, why is it relevant? Why am I calculating this? What good it will do to me if I'm just calculating how much time I have for a particular question? I know it seems a very difficult thing to do in exam, but you learn to do it. Learn to do it very, very well. So what happens is, so you're starting off your exam at 2 p.m. Sorry. Okay. It's 2 p.m. You're starting your exam. And let's say you're starting off with the 25-mark question first. You can answer in any order. I hope you know that. You don't have to write in first. You have to answer question number 1, question number 2, question number 3. It's not like that. Any order you can write. So you have picked up the 25-mark question first. And your exam is starting at 2 p.m. Now what you should do? At 2 p.m. now, you should keep it in your scratch pad that I have to finish off this question by 2:49 p.m. I have to wrap up this question. 2:49, I will keep in my mind that yes, I have to finish this question. Now within that also, now like keep it in your mind. For the 6-mark question, I'll have to finish it by 2:12 p.m. Right? I've got 12 minutes for this. So 2:12, I should be done with it. Sorry, not 2:12. First 10 minutes. By 2:10 p.m., you are doing your planning time. Then by 2:22 p.m., you will finish off your first answer. And then so on and so forth. So you add another 24 minutes, 12 minutes here. So it becomes what? 34. 2:34, you're done with this. And then by 2:50 or 2:49, same thing. 2:49 or 2:50, you are done with your 3 answers. I'll put this planning time above. I hope this table makes sense to you. I think I will be sharing this with you. Do you want this table? I think it will help you out to plan. I'll keep this calculation for you. So 3 hours, 15 minutes for each of the questions, you should actually plan out this way. That's for the 25 mark question. So this one was for question number 1. Then similarly, question number 2, how you can plan out. The question number, sorry, this is for question number 225. No? So how can you plan for a 50 mark question? Let's see. It's a 50 mark question. Right? So you have got 10 professional marks. And let us say there are here also the 3 subparts, only 40 marks now. So 14, 16, and 10. So total is 50 marks. So how much time do I have? This is the time I have for each one of the questions. So total time which I will have is 50 into 1.95, that is 98 minutes. See, the breakup of 98 minutes is here. 20 minutes planning time. So let us say you're starting off this question at 2:50 p.m. when you are done with question number 2. Okay. So what will you do in the first 20 minutes? You're starting off. By when should you be done with it? If you're giving 20 minutes just for planning, reading, see, it's going to be a long question. So you need some time to read it and then properly plan what you are going to write. So 20 minutes means by 3:10 p.m. you will be done reading, and then you'll be done reading the planning of the answer for the 50 mark question. Then 27 minutes. I hope you have got a flavor of what I'm doing. It's just adding up the time. 3:27. So 3:37 p.m. I should be done with it. And then 30 minutes more. So 30 minutes more will be what? 4:08. Okay, and then this becomes 4:28 p.m. See, 98 minutes. Now you started off at 2:50. So if you're starting off at 2:50 and you are giving 98 minutes means what? Approximately 1.5 hours, right? So 1.5 hours they will get over at 4:28 p.m. So this is how you plan out your answers. Now, ma'am, I have noted down the time. What do I do with it? The thing is, what you need to do, if you're not able to complete a particular answer in the assigned time, then please make sure you're just wrapping it up very quickly, writing just the basic bare minimum points in small bullets. If you want to write, just write it and then move on from the question. Do not spend whole of the world's time in a particular question. Please keep it in your mind. Are you able to follow what I'm saying? I'm writing a 25 mark question, which I was supposed to close by 2:50 p.m. But I could not. Okay. I could not complete part B, let us say. Okay. This I could not complete. So what I will do, I'll just write the bare minimum thoughts which I have, scribble it, keep it in the answer script, so that at least if I do not get the chance to come back to this question again, something or the other examiner will see and think that at least I can give half a mark here. Okay. I will wrap it up at exactly 2:50 and then move to question number 1 now. Whichever one I want to start off. If I'm starting off question number 2, question number 1 next. I start this off immediately. I do not just keep on giving more and more time to make a question's answer perfect. As I said, scoring 50 out of 100 attempted question paper is easier than getting 50 out of 70 or 75 mark attempted paper. So make sure you are giving each question their due importance and nothing over and nothing less than that. Okay. So this is how you are going to plan for the 50 mark question. When I say planning time, it means reading also. So if you're starting your paper at 2 p.m., this is how you're going to plan out. Are you able to clearly see what I'm doing, what I'm trying to tell you, how you should approach your exams? It might seem like, ma'am, why are you telling such basic things? Guys, I'm telling you with experience, this is a common mistake. Students do not complete their paper and they fail. I don't want you to do that. Okay. So please ensure you're managing your time properly, write in proper way. Like, so 2 p.m. if you're starting, I'll be completing this answer by 2:10, 2:49, whatever. May not be in such a detail like for each sub part, maybe, but at an overall level at least. That question number 2, if I'm doing a 25 mark question, I'm going to give it 50 minutes max. By 2:50, I will wrap it up. Then again for this one, 98 minutes. 98 minutes means what? Approximately 1.5 hours. So I will wrap it up in the next 1.5 hours. At least that bare minimum general thing you keep in mind. If you're very someone who is very close to details and everything, you can do this. That this question I will wrap up in the next 10 minutes. This question I will wrap up in the next 12 minutes. Keep your clock handy. That next 10 minutes I'm wrapping up this. Next 12 minutes I'm wrapping up this. This at least you will be able to do now. Like number of marks multiplied with 2. That's what I'm doing. Simple here, right? 6 into 2, 6 into 2. So at least that you prepare yourself with. Every time when you are reading the PR kit answers also, see how much you can write in a particular question in this much time. Try to increase your speed. Only then you will be able to assess yourself better. Okay. So this is what is covered in this skill, exam success skill number 3. I've covered it all in the Excel. What I'll do, I'll share that Excel also with you. This everything which is given here now, I've put it here put it in the Excel for 25 mark also and 50 mark also. Follow that approach. Planning time 10 minutes. Writing time for each of the subparts, you can do it now. So are you with me? Are you able to follow me? Keep an eye on the log. Very important. If you're not able to complete a particular question, just leave it and move on. If you get the time, you can obviously come back. Maybe you could wrap up the second question very fast. You saved some time there. You didn't take as much time as was needed. So you can always come back now. It's not that you have to mandatorily spend 1.5 hours in 50 mark question. If you're done, you can just always come back. Okay. So that's what I'm trying to say. Follow these exam success skills and you will definitely succeed. So that was about the introduction bit. What have we studied so far is that, first of all, you need to know the pattern of the exam, what it is linking with. I'm just doing a quick recap of what we have studied so far. Link with performance management paper and has some indirect link with the strategy business leadership paper. And the computer is CBE. We now know perfectly well what that exam pattern is like, exhibits and the response options and everything. Okay. Then 50 marks is the passing marks. 3 or 15 minutes you will have what each of the questions are like, from which part of the chapters they are tested. Then professional skills seems very theoretical now, but carries 20% of your marks. So out of 50 passing marks, you can imagine 20 marks is like for professional marks. So if you can score good here, maybe you can just simply pass very easily. So focus on these things when you are reading the answers from now on. Which skill is being tested here? Analysis, evaluation, okay? And how to score marks for each of these skills, okay? Commercial acumen, communication. We have already done a quick recap of these 4 skills. And then what are the exam success skills? Number 1, read the requirement carefully. What is the question verb? Advise, apply, discuss, evaluate, whatever it is. And I've given a brief discussion of what is each of these verbs mean. So very basic, simple English words, nothing to explain what apply means, what assess means. You might be using it every now and then. It's just that during the exam, you don't realize what the question verb is and what the examiner is asking you to do. And that is why I've put it here. So please ensure you stick to this. So reading the requirement first and make sure you're following it right from now. If I do not read the requirement first, you are going to tell me, ma'am, please read the requirement first. And then only we will read the exhibit. Then read the rest of the question and then finally read the requirement again. And then you start writing your answer. So these 3 things now, these 3 things, step 1, step 2, and step 3. When will you be doing it? In your writing time, right? When will you be doing performing these 3 steps? In your planning time or in your writing time? Obviously in your planning time. And not just like full planning time you will consume only in reading. In your planning time, you just not only read, but also you plan out things which you are going to write, like scribbling. That this I can include in my answer and everything like that. So make sure you follow that approach. Okay. So planning time and then writing time. So that was skill number 3, exam success skill 3. Now we are aware for 25-mark question, we can give 10 marks for planning. And for a 50-mark question, we can give 20 marks for planning. Now planning includes reading as well as thinking what I'm going to write in my writing time. And the second exam success skill is doing efficient numerical analysis. I'm assuring you, if you're in my classes, your numerical skills will become superb. I mean, no doubt about it. You will be like very simply performing all the complex calculations. Don't worry. So second exam success skill is efficient numerical analysis. You do the calculations, you give proper labeling, cross-referencing your answer. Clear? So that is about the introduction to APM, what the subject is about, the different models, how you should keep on making summary notes. I remember this. You have to make a summary note of all the important models, which sometimes I will tell you, but then you'll get a habit of it, that this model I can put in my summary note so that it becomes a concise one pager before which you can read before the exam. That model gets refreshed in your mind very easily. Okay. So on that note, let's wrap up this chapter and start off the first chapter in our curriculum. Let me save that planning time file for you. Give me a second here. Yes. So the first chapter is strategic management accounting. So we all have studied accounts, right? You all are in the commercial commerce background. So you know what accounting is. Then what are we studying here? Strategic management accounting. What's so special about it? So all your life, you would have studied financial accounting, preparing the P&L, preparing the balance sheets. So you know how that works. In this chapter, in this subject, we are going to talk about management accounting. Please understand, it's not something which is audited or like that. Like even when I am working, we are into management reporting. I'm not into books closure and accounting. I'm into management reporting. So we have to prepare our accounts, prepare our reports for senior leadership. When we prepare our present our views on how the companies or how the lines of business which I am dealing with, how that is performing, what is going right, what is going wrong. So I am into pure management accounting role. Okay. So I'll try to give you each and every practical experience for the relevant topics so that you also can understand. And even if some of you are in that management accounting sort of a role, you also can share your experiences. Okay. So management accounting, it's not something like which is published and then audited, unlike financial accounting. So it's different from traditional accounting, which you would have studied in your class 11 and 12, or maybe even during your CA course. Management accounting deals with preparing reports for the different levels of management. Now, in an organization, do you think every manager is at the same level? There is a proper hierarchy, right? There are people at the top. Who all are the people at the top? Give me examples. Who all are the people at the top? The directors. And what could their different types of roles be? CEO, the chief executive officer, the chief marketing officer, okay? Then CFO, chief financial officer, CTO, chief transformation officer. So there are different people at the top, but there are different lines expertise. So they are known as strategic people, strategic management. Okay, the very people, like, why is it a small, I mean, why is it like a small triangle of this pyramid? Because there will be a very limited people at the top, whereas at the bottom there will be a lot of managers, and that is why it is big in size. A lot of people will be there at the operational level, but not as many people as at the strategy. I mean to say, at the strategic level there will be limited people, but at the operational or even at the tactical level, I will explain what each one of them mean. So tactics and operational, there will be limited people. I'm sorry. At the strategic level, there will be limited people, and the tactical and the operational, there will be many more people. Okay. That is why the graph is like a triangle, because it denotes the number of people which are there at each level. Okay. So strategy, tactics, and operations. Now, what you need to know is what each of the people at each level they want, what type of reporting they will want. So strategic, and that is the people at the top. We're talking about CEO, CFO, CTO, CMO type of people. Their reporting should be forward looking. That what is the company going to do in the future? That is what these people will think, and that is the type of reporting they will want. Their focus is external. External meaning, now think from the point of view of the CFO of ITC. They will not just be focused in what is happening inside, but also external. So we discussed it in the first introduction slide only, now that in management accounting, you just don't focus internally. Financial accounting, what do? Do you prepare accounts of competitors also? No. Just think, you just see what is the performance of your entity, and then you report it. You get it audited, and then you publish it. But management accounting, as I told you in the introduction slide also, it is external looking also. And this external looking is the characteristic of strategic management. That means the people at the top. So forward looking and external focused. And they also study non-financial information. They study important financial information and also non-financial information. Okay, like what is our market share? What is the customer satisfaction of our products? So these are the things which people at the top are concerned, not people at the bottom. They will be concerned with day-to-day tasks, more or less. But people at the top, they will be thinking long-term, forward, external, as well as even at the non-financial bits of information. So are you clear what the requirement of the people at the top would be? Forward-looking, external, and non-financial. Then comes the middle level management. Okay, they are also known as tactical management. So what they do is they think from a medium term perspective, like for the next 3 to 5 years, and then they are linked to fulfilling the budgets, forecasts, and efficient utilization of resources. I'm giving you just a gist right now to introduce you to each of the levels. We have detailed slide on them. So what the tactical management would do, they think from medium term, 3 to 5 years. So people at this level, they are normally like senior managers, associate directors, senior directors, and then people at the top, they're obviously VP level, strategic management. So at the tactical level, these are the type of managers you will find, and they are concerned about fulfilling, ensuring that the operational, obviously operational will be the most lowest level of management. they are concerned with ensuring that everyday tasks are being fulfilled, day-to-day management is done. Then internally, they are looking internal data. People at the bottom, they'll not think what ITC's competitor is doing or what Dabur, what HUD is doing. They'll just see that yes, internally we are working fine. And then they are very attentive to details. That whatever the operational staff are, they will see that everything that they are doing is absolutely correct. Whereas people at the top, do you think the CEO of a company will report that my profit is 2,45,20,517 rupees? No, he'll just say my profit is 2.5 crore. Right? But people at the operational level, they will be concerned even to the minutest of the accuracy, even like at the rupee level, what is my profit? That is what the people at the bottom, they will report, right? So operational staff, they are concerned with day-to-day working, sorry, they're internal looking, and they're very detailed at the transaction level. And tactical management, what it does, it creates a link between the top management and the lower management and ensures that the objectives laid down at the strategic level is followed in the same sense and spirit by the operational level. Because I'll tell you what happens in organizations now. Everyone, they have their own personal objectives. Like I have my personal objective. People reporting to me have their personal objectives. Person I report to have their personal objectives. And then sometimes these objectives, when I say personal objective, work objectives only. Now, sometimes these work objectives, they start to get disaligned from the overall corporate objective. When I say corporate objective, it means the objective of the company, why the company was set up. It can happen. It's very natural. With the day in and day working out, sometimes the objectives, they get misaligned. Now, the people at the tactical level, they ensure that these objectives are always aligned. That everyone in the team, within them, they are working towards the achievement of the overall corporate objectives, which are set up by whom? Strategic management. Okay. So Robert Anthony, now let's get into the graph. Robert Anthony, he gave this classification for the different management levels for planning, controlling, and decision making into 3 tiers: strategic planning, tactical control, and operational control. So this is the hierarchy which you need to remember. Okay. So first task, include this model in your summary notes for models. Robert Anthony's hierarchy of management. Write in your simple words that there are 3 levels: strategy, tactic, operational. Strategy is forward looking, external. Tactics is medium term, ensure achievement of budgets, budgeted sales, what I have to do, budgeted costs which I have. And then operational, day-to-day, internal, detailed at transaction level. So this is the thing which you should remember. Please include it in your summary notes. I'm going to tell you for a few times, and then you will get a habit of what you should be including and what you should not. This is something you should include in your summary notes for models in APM paper. Okay, so let's see the content on it. Strategic planning, the process of deciding on objectives of the organization. As I said, objectives will be set at the top level, right? Corporate objectives. So objectives of the organization, how the resources are to be used to attain these objectives, and on the strategies that are to govern the acquisition, use, and disposition of these resources. So I hope now you all can practically understand what the strategic planning management does. Then comes tactical management, the process by which managers ensure that resources are obtained and used effectively and efficiently. They are going to tell you what the objective of the organization is, the senior management. The tactical management will see how those objectives are to be achieved effectively and efficiently. Then operational control or operational management, the process of ensuring that specific tasks, very specific, like day-to-day transaction accounting, everything that is getting carried out effectively and efficiently. Clear? This idea of a hierarchy between strategic and operational levels is an important theme in APM because an organization needs to perform well at operational level, that is at the bottom level, in order to achieve its strategic objectives. There has to be an alignment between the achievements of the operational level. Only then the people at the top will be able to succeed. To achieve strategic objectives, it is important sorry. To achieve strategic objectives, it is important that the objectives and goals at operational level are aligned for meeting the strategic objectives. Clear? So, see, there will never be a question like, very unlikely, I'll not say never, very unlikely to have a question like, write a note on Robert's hierarchy of management. There won't be. But what the question could be is that they will give you a situation in which the different levels of management are working and their objectives don't seem to be aligned. So then you can give a brief introduction about this model and then tell that this level of management should be focused on this external. Sometimes you might find a situation in a question that even the operational staff are starting to look external. And isn't that like a wastage of time? So you have to align, you have to bring in the element of Robert's hierarchy and then say, this is what each of the people at their respective levels should be doing. So are you able to follow me? What this hierarchy is very simple. Top management, middle management, lower management. There are, technical words for it, which you should know. Strategic, tactical, and operational management or control. So that you can also use them in your exam. Okay. So for example, if an organization's underlying strategy is based on differentiating itself from competitors through the quality of service it provides to its customers. So you might see in a lot of industries, you will find that the companies, they're focused on, in banks also you will see this. What happens is, you will find that HDFC Bank, it's considered to be someone, it's considered to be a bank which is very focused on meeting the customer requirements very well. And then at the same time, there are other banks. I'll not take names, but there are some banks who don't give a anything about what their customers are facing or anything. It's lunchtime now and everything. You all would have experienced sometime in your life. Each bank has its own differentiating factor, right? HDFC Bank, it's very focused. ICICI Bank, Axis Bank, most of the private banks, they are very focused on ensuring that the customers get the best quality of service so that they remain their permanent customers all the time. But at the same time, also, there are companies who do not care about their customers. So this is because, what organizations, when they try to differentiate themselves, okay, then it needs to ensure that its customer-facing staff deliver the necessary high quality of service. Now, people at the top, they have decided, like people at the top of ICICI Bank, they have decided that we will be a very customer-centric company. We will ensure that all the customers get the best of services. Will that decision make any sense if the people at the front foot, who will be the people at the front foot? The managers you interact with when you go to a branch, the cash manager, the loans manager. So these are the people at the forefront. If the people at the forefront, they don't give a care about how the customers are feeling, will the objective of the senior management be actually implemented in such a company? Tell me. People at the top they have thought something. The people at the bottom, they do not care. So if there is no alignment between the mindset of the people at all the levels of the organization, a company cannot achieve its objectives. So this is the type of questions you will get in exam. Now, start to think, broaden your mind. So concept is one thing, and then actually knowing how it will be asked is another. So make sure you're able to follow. Okay. So potential conflicts between strategic and operational decisions. So strategic means people at the top and operational means people at the bottom. there can sometimes be conflicts between strategic and operational decision. Let's see what causes these conflicts. Okay, so if strategies are to be successfully implemented, there must be a clear link between strategic planning and operational planning. This may be absent because of the following reasons. There may not be a proper link between their objectives because of the following reasons. What are the reasons? Number one is unrealistic plans. So plans at the top level, they could be like very ambitious. We'll do this, we'll do that in this year. Okay. But the operational staff, they are already overburdened. They do not have the bandwidth to take up more tasks. Either you hire more people to do those additional tasks which you want to achieve in this year. But if you keep on burdening the existing staff with additional work, obviously there will not be an alignment in what the decisions at the top are being made and what is actually being implemented in reality. So that is number one reason, having or preparing unrealistic plans. Okay. Then number two is poor communication. Now, poor communication is people at the bottom, they do not have the freedom to talk to people, to people at the top. They are just like, they keep on getting instruction and they're not taking proper feedback. So Shaldia has a concern. Shaldia ma'am, doesn't this show inefficiency or the part of the middle level management? Definitely, that's where the middle level management comes into the picture, Shaldia. So they will try to bridge the gaps. These are the potential causes of conflicts, and how can these be resolved? By having a proper plan into picture. Like this is going to be the task of the middle level management to ensure that they are properly dealt with. These problems can be addressed. So here we are discussing about the conflicts, reasons for the conflict, and then the middle level management comes into picture. They ensure that these things do not happen. That is how that, yes, exactly, very good. So Shadia says, okay, their tactics will be based on these. That is why it is known as tactical management. Absolutely right. So tactical management will find out the ways to ensure that these conflicts do not arise. Okay. Second is poor communication. Poor communication, very common in organizations. People at the bottom, they think that people at the top, they do not do anything. We keep on doing everything. People at the top think the people at the bottom do not do anything. So there is a poor communication between the managers, and this leads to inconsistent goals. They do not feel motivated enough to work for the organization. Okay. Then inadequate performance measurement. You will be hearing this term a lot of times, performance measurement. What does it mean? Is that you do some task, okay? You are doing it without even realizing that you do this every day in and day night. When you're studying, for example. So when you sit down to study, let's say you're sitting down for 1 hour, you plan that I will be covering this much, 5 pages in 1 hour, 5 pages of the module I will cover. Then you actually find out after 1 hour you have just covered 2 pages. What are you doing? You're measuring your performance now. That's what performance measurement is about, and you will be seeing this topic a lot many times. And let me tell you, performance measurement is a very key term and a key concept also. How? It should be done adequately in a proper way. If you are not following the right metric for measuring the performance, then also you will not see any improvement in your performance. So performance needs to be measured correctly to give views for improving it in the future. Now, let me tell you within this example, which we discussed, like measuring our performance of studies on the basis of the pages. Okay. Now, let's see if this is a correct metric to judge our efficiency of studying or not. So we covered 2 pages in 1 hour. Maybe the 2 pages which we studied, they contain the most complex topics. And then the next 3 pages, hardly they will take me 10-15 minutes. So are you understanding? The metric itself was not right. Counting my efficiency on the basis of pages is not right. Rather, it should be on the basis of the type of concepts I have covered. So like now when I'm teaching you, I've covered approximately 30-35 slides with you. Today I've completed these many slides. Maybe tomorrow class I'll be covering just 10-12 slides. That does not mean I have taught you less or I've taught you more. It just means that the concepts which I taught, that they were difficult. So what I could do as the right metric is, I label my topics as A, B, C, time consuming, middle, and then less time consuming. And then I see how much time I'm consuming for each of these labels of concepts. The type A should be consuming about 1 hour for 2 pages. If I've studied complex topics with you all in 1 hour and I've covered 2 pages, I'm satisfied. Okay, so measuring performance adequately is also very important. Otherwise, you will not be evaluating your performance correctly. Okay, so inadequate performance measurement is also a reason why there could be conflicts between strategic and operational decisions. Now, let's see how that happens. People at the top, they haven't developed the performance measures or metrics correctly. And then they keep on complaining that the people at the bottom are not working efficiently. Maybe that metric on which you're evaluating them is not right now. So that is the reason which leads to conflicts between the two. So inadequate performance measurement, meaning that managers will not know whether the organization is performing well in the areas that contribute to competitive advantage. So I hope you have understood. I hope you have understood what the importance of keeping a right metric for measuring the performance is. If you're not using the right metric, then it can lead to conflicts because both of them will see that they're not actually performing well, whereas the people at the bottom will think that we are doing well, maybe it's just that we're not being evaluated correctly. So this leads to a conflict. So what are the 3 reasons we have studied? Number 1 is over ambitious plans. Number 2 is poor communication between the top and the operational management. And then number 3 is inadequate performance measurement. These are the 3 possible reasons which lead to conflicts between strategic and operational decisions. Okay. Then how do we do performance management in strategic planning? Strategic, please understand this. Strategic, we're talking about the top level. Top level planning and control. How do we perform performance management? Do you have any doubts in the topics we have studied so far? Is it clear? Clear, right? Okay. Okay. Then let's start with this new topic, performance management. So the underlying aim of performance management is to improve an organization's performance. That is why, see, what is the objective of our studying this topic? How to ensure that the performance, advanced performance management, how do we improve the organization's performance and ensure that its goals and objectives are achieved? This means that an organization must first have established its goals and objectives in order to then assess whether they are being met. So you might have studied it in your class 11 business studies paper, planning and controlling. They always go hand in hand. What do you mean by planning? What do you do when you are planning something? You set goals for yourself, right? Ever done some planning? You might have done it for yourself. Setting up a blueprint, Shadya says. So you set out the steps. I will be doing this, I will be doing this, and then by this time also. You set up very clear-cut steps to achieve your goal. First, you set up a goal, and then you lay down the steps to achieve it. So that is about planning. Then you have said that you have done planning. So you have planned that you are going to complete ACCA in this year itself. All the papers I will complete. And then you lay down the steps also. And then the next year end comes, and then you realize, it hopefully doesn't happen. Just giving an example. Then you realize that you have not been able to clear the papers. What then? What then? Is it done? Is it okay? Like I couldn't clear it and then again start studying without doing any root cause analysis. Absolutely right. Very good, Shalya and Ayushi. We will take control measures. We will check what went wrong and then take corrective measures. Absolutely right. So we will assess if the plans which we worked out, which we planned for, did I work on those plans in the way in which I intended? Okay, so that is a part of control. Planning is one thing, but planning will not fructify unless and until we work in the manner in which we had planned for. Okay, so that can be measured only with controlling. So therefore, there is a need for planning to define goals and objectives and control to assess if the plans are working as intended. Now, this controlling doesn't mean it has to only happen towards the end. It can happen simultaneously also. Like when I'm studying, then also I can keep on evaluating that whether I'm studying enough, whether I'm studying the right material, whether I'm studying from the right mentor or not. So that all these things I will keep on evaluating side by side. Therefore, there is a need for planning to define goals and objectives and control to assess if plans are working as intended. Performance management can be seen as a set of processes often supported by technology which enable organizations to plan and control effectively. Okay. So that is laying down the foundation for you all what performance management is. Performance management goes hand in hand with planning and controlling to check what you had planned for, what you strived to achieve, and then what you have actually achieved. And if there is any major deviation, you take corrective measures. Okay. So next topic is performance management systems. The systems in an organization by which the performance of that organization is measured, controlled, and improved. So those of you who are working, you all would have come across any type of accounting software. Have you? Any accounting software, maybe Tally, maybe SAP, maybe Oracle, anything that you have worked on? Shalya says Oracle. Okay. Harita says Tally. Okay. So like obviously something or the other you might have come across. These are the type of softwares I have worked. Now, what do these softwares actually do? Shalya and Harita, to you specifically since you guys answered. What do? They keep on recording things, right? And I'm sure they record things from the point of view of financial accounting, right? So that the financial statements can be prepared at the year end. But that's for financial accounting. Similarly, we have performance management systems, like the definition which we just studied now. So that is for financial accounting. What are we studying? Management accounting, right? So performance management systems, they are important for measuring the performance. From the management accounting point of view. So there could be dashboards. It varies from organization to organization, whereby the measurement is done from the point of view of management reporting. Okay. So the systems in an organization. So you can create a link between Tally and Oracle and how this performance management is done for management accounting also. So the systems in an organization by which the performance of that organization is measured, controlled, and improved. So it's an overall holistic software which is used for performance management. Okay. See, these are like simple definitions to set the tone right for the entire subject. Not something you have to memorize. What is a performance management system? No. Nothing to memorize. Okay, just know these things and try to simplify it from something which you already know. Okay. So the next topic is strategic management accounting. Very important. So the aim of now this is something which can be asked. You might be asked to relate it with a particular topic. So what is the strategic management accounting? The aim of strategic management accounting is to provide information that is relevant to the process of strategic planning and control. What did we just study? We studied about strategic planning and controlling, right? what the people at the top would be doing, setting the goals and then seeing actually whether they are being achieved or not. So the strategic management accounting, you can consider it to be like an accounting system, which will provide information which will be relevant for ensuring that these things can be done. Planning and controlling can be done. SMA is sometimes described as modern performance measurement. In a dynamic, rapidly changing business environment, it is important to develop information that is linked to the corporate strategy. It is forward-looking, monitors changes to the environment. So that management accounting tool will also be looking at the changes in the external environment and includes a mix of financial and non-financial information. Clear? So that is about the requirements of a good strategic management accounting software linked to the corporate strategy, forward-looking, changes external orientation also basically, and then includes a mix of financial as well as non-financial information. This is nothing but the qualities which we studied here for the strategic management. What were they? Forward-looking, external focus, also includes non-financial. See, that is what should be there in that management accounting software also, right? It's linked to corporation strategy. Very important for the people at the top to ensure that everything which is happening is a way ahead for achieving the organization's overall objectives. So strategy management accounting, it is a form of management accounting in which emphasis is placed on information about factors external to the organization, as well as on non-financial and internally generated information. Clear? So this management accounting information, strategy management accounting will provide information to ensure that strategic planning and controlling can be done. Traditional management accounting is more concerned with the achievement of internal financial performance targets, right? What is the profit? What is the cost? It's focused only on that much. But strategic management accounting, it will also deal with the reasons for the increase in cost. What has been the market share of our company? Which product has performed well? Which did not? So these are the types of things which will be there in a strategic management accounting report. Okay. Hierarchy of performance measures. So strategic management accounting software, obviously it will be for people at the top. So information for the software which will be giving out reports for the people at the top, it will be based on information which will be derived from whom? Strategic reports will derive information from whom? Or will they prepare it on their own? They will derive it from tactical and operational information. Okay, so that is what is given here, that SMA will need to be supplemented. Primary is there, supplementary information, supporting information will be given by tactical information, that is to facilitate planning and controlling for shorter time periods. Strategy management is for very long term, maybe 10-15 years. Smaller, within those 10-15 years, supplementary information for what is the planning and controlling for the shorter term period. And operational information, like if they want to drill down, sometimes they will just want to double click and get into details. My profit is this much. What are the contributors of these profits? So if you want to double click and then you want to get to a very detailed level, then you can get that supplementary information from operational level. Okay. Then, so that is about the hierarchy of performance measures and what type of information will be needed at that. So we are talking about strategic performance management now. So that topic is very important, which I just said. Strategy management accounting, try to remember these things. Very basic. What is it? Forward-looking, external-looking, financial as well as non-financial, and driving the corporate strategy. Okay. So performance measurement and performance management. So performance measurement, now you know what is performance measurement? Actually checking what your performance has been, right? So performance measurement is an essential part of performance management. So it's a subset, okay? And then later chapters, you will come across many different types of performance measures. We have lots of performance measures lined up in our curriculum, so don't worry. But I'm sure you now understand measuring the performance, measuring the time I've spent in studying or anything like that. The time which I've taken to manufacture a product, or what is the efficiency of an employee. All of these things are what? Nothing but performance measurement. And that's a part of performance management. However, performance management is more than simply measuring. In order to manage a company, to help it achieve its corporate objectives, it is also necessary to, number one, take effective control action, and number two, to improve business processes. What does it mean? First one, effective control action, I'm sure you all can understand very easily, requires effective budgetary control and appropriate information systems. You're exercising control on your plans. And then improving business processes. Example, what? Information system. So you have found out, I planned this, actually this went wrong or whatever. Then you improve those processes, right? In simple terms, let's keep it simple. So we are planning, then controlling, and then we are improving the business performance. That is what overall performance management is. So please understand there are two separate terms, performance measurement and performance management. Measurement is just measuring, whereas management, it includes those that measurement, but it also includes first planning, then controlling, and then you're actually improving the performance. Okay, so performance management is a bigger term than performance measurement. Okay, so we have a small activity here. What is the first thing you do when you see an activity? I read the exhibit first, right? Read the requirement first, remember it. So it's a 10-mark question. Let's read. Discuss the 3 levels of information, strategic, technical, and operational, required to assist in decision making at Hydra, and recommend with justification 2 examples of information which could be provided at each level. What are you required to do? See, first of all, discuss. What is the question verb? Discuss. Discuss the 3 levels of information required to assist in decision making at Hydra. Then what is the second part? Students, they tend to forget, or they'll only remember the first part and then they'll close the answer. Don't do that. You're discussing the 3 levels of information which will be required. And second, recommend 2 examples and with justification, 2 examples of information which could be provided at each level. So this is something you have to give from your own end. So it will differ from each one, for each one of you. Okay, so let's see what is Hydra and what the question is really about. So Hydra is a bicycle retailer which has a significant presence in the south of England. Each location has a manager who is responsible for day-to-day operations and is supported by an administrative assistant. All other staff at each location are involved in retailing operations. The directors of Hydra are currently preparing a financial evaluation of an investment of $2 million in a new IT system for submission to its bank. What are they doing? Investment of $2 million in a new IT system for submission to a bank. Okay, they're preparing a report for it. They are concerned that suboptimal decisions are being made because the current system doesn't provide appropriate information throughout the firm. So it has presence in the south of England, and they have given you the hierarchy at which people are working. They have managers, they have administrative assistants, then they have retail managers, right? All of the staff at each location are involved in retailing operations. And then there are people at the top. Read the requirement again now. Discuss the 3 levels of information, strategic, tactical, and operational, required to assist in decision making at Hydra, and recommend with justification 2 examples of information which could be provided at each level. So share your answers quickly. What do you think will be required at each level of information? See, here they have made it very clear. They didn't ask you about the model. Did they ask you about Robert Anthony's model? No. They have told you, give me the, discuss the 3 levels of information required for Hydra. Nothing general about Robert Anthony's model. So don't start writing about Robert Anthony's model. Share your answers. Aishi says strategic, introduce new service, develop alternative vision as per change in the business environment and markets. Okay. Good attempt. Others, please share your answers. Shalda says financial evaluation of the investment is the strategic info. Okay. Go on. And she says tactical, setting goals for next 6 months, check if individual decisions are meeting the targets. Try to create a link for Hydra. See how you can make it specific for Hydra. Try. You're going in the right direction, both of you. What about others? I'm getting answers only from Shalda and Ayushi, Harita and friends. What about you? Keep on sharing your answers. It's not like you have to write the whole answer and then keep sharing your answers with parts. No problem. Think what the people at the top will be thinking, what type of information they will want. And give your examples. So let me show you the model answer. See. Good one, Aishi. Good one. Okay, so let's see what the model answer is. First, what was the requirement of the question? Requirement was discuss the 3 levels of information required to assist decision making, right? So, Prince has shared the answer. Let me read. Prince says, strategic, design a new plan and mission to combat environmental changes around the firm. Okay, valid points. Good. See, even the model answer, it's not like one perfect answer. There can be multiple iterations. So it's not like you have to stick to this answer. It's just suggestive of what all you can put here. Let's have a look. The strategic information is required by the management of an organization in order to enable management to take a longer term view. So see, you know about this, right? Strategic information is with a longer term view. You are putting that in your answer, giving a brief introduction. This you are asked to discuss, right? So you're discussing what the information requirement is going to be for each level. So strategic information, you're giving them a brief intro that is going to have a longer term view of the business and assess how business may perform during that period. Okay. And the length of this long term view, maybe it will vary from one organization to another. So for me, long term might be 5 years. For you, long term might be 10 years. So same for businesses also, no? So that longer term view can differ from business to business, being very much dependent upon the nature of the business and the ability of those responsible for strategic direction to be able to scan the planning horizon. So very simple, what it is telling is that strategic information, it talks about longer term view, and that longer term view can vary from organization to organization, depending on the business. Now, this strategic information tends to be holistic and summarized in nature and would be used by management when, for example, when will this information be used? What was the question? See, this is just, first paragraph is just an introduction. Now you're coming to the main answer. That when, at what level each at each level of the hierarchy, what information would be used? So strategic information will be used for undertaking, for example, SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis is nothing but strength, weakness, opportunities, and threat analysis. Okay, you have that topic in your curriculum also. So for undertaking SWOT analysis in Hydra, we gave a brief introduction generally, and then you're talking about Hydra. In Hydra, strategic information might relate to the development of new services. What was Hydra currently into? It was a bicycle retailer. Now think what the people at the top will be needing. Strategic people. They will be thinking about developing new services, and they can do it by undertaking a SWOT analysis. Okay, such as the provision of car parts, which could represent an opportunity for expansion and diversification. Other examples of strategic information could relate to the threats posed by Hydra's competitors, or assessing the potential acquisition of a bicycle manufacturer in order to enhance customer value via improved efficiency and lower cost. See, such a well-framed answer. What it is doing? First of all, it is capturing all these subparts we discussed. Sorry, forward-looking, external-looking. It is evaluating the view of the competitors. Other examples of strategic information could relate to the threats posed by Hydra's competitors. So this is what you have to highlight. You're telling it from the point of view of Hydra, general information, and then you're linking it for the company specifically. Okay. Then tactical information is required in order to facilitate management planning and control. Right? Tactical is for middle level management planning and control for shorter time periods. Then strategic information, such giving a brief introduction. Okay. Such information relates to the tactics that management adopt in order to achieve a specific course of action. For Hydra, one-liner general introduction, and then for Hydra, what is happening? This might involve information to support consideration of whether to open an additional outlet in another part of the country. Strategic management was talking about new line of business completely. In fact, Ayush had also mentioned that in the message, in the chat, that development of new services, that was about strategic. Tactical, they will think about opening new outlets, same bicycle outlets in different parts of the country. They have the current presence in what? South of England, it was mentioned. Now they're telling whether they should set up new plants or new outlets in different parts of the country, or whether employ additional staff at each outlet in order to improve the quality of service provision to its customers. This is what the people at the middle level will want. Shorter time periods, and think of the type of decision making they have given. New services versus new outlets. New outlets can be decided by the middle level management. Now you don't have to ask the CEO. Okay. Then finally, operational information. Let's first give a brief description of what operational information is. Operational information relates to very short time scale and is often used to determine immediate actions by those responsible for day-to-day management. Are you getting a feeler of how to write the answers? Brief introduction, and then you're relating it to Hydra. Now in Hydra, the manager at each location would require information relating to the number of bicycles sold. I think one of you even mentioned that, so I said it's a valid point. So number of units of bicycles sold, this is what the people at the people at the operational level will be doing. Okay. Relate to the number of bicycles sold or serviced and the number of complaints received during the week, because they are concerned with the quality of service. Now, how do you measure the quality of service? On the basis of the number of complaints you receive. So operational information might be used within Hydra in order to determine whether staff are required to work overtime due to an unanticipated increase in demand, or whether operatives require further training due to excessive time being spent on servicing. See, the thing is, this question is not comprehensive, like it's not exhaustive. You can give more new viewpoints. So I didn't say anything wrong, which you are called out. It's just that I want you all to understand how the answers are being framed. One-liner description in general, and then you related it with Hydra, and then gave relevant points, right? Like new outlets, new services, competitors, so that the examiner understands you know the concept by heart. You're not repeating the concepts just like that. Robert Anthony said this, and this. You're showing them by applying it. Applying the technical knowledge is what you're doing here. Right? Are you able to follow? So that is about the activity. Is that fine, everyone? Okay. Shalya says, ma'am, how do we understand how much of the question information we have to use? That's subjective, Shalya. So you have to pick up the relevant information. So now if you look at the question, see that will come with the practice we do together. That's what information is being used. So like for the tactical information, we picked up this information that presents only in the south of England, expand to different parts of the country. So it's going to differ from question to question. And manager who is responsible for day-to-day operations. So what are they going to record? What is the level of, what is the information which the people at the day-to-day operation will be doing? Recording the number of cycles sold, number of complaints, what extra they can do. So that is how you have to pick up the relevant information and then frame your answer around it. It's going to be subjective. Can't comment on what exactly, how much should it be picked. Don't repeat the question, okay? Like don't just copy the entire question and paste it in your answer. Obviously, examiner will not give you marks for copying and pasting. Just the relevant parts and then draw your answers around that point. Okay, Shalya? Okay. So on that note, let's wrap up today's class. We'll meet same time tomorrow at 10 a.m. No homework for today. Like for the initial few classes, I don't give you much homework because in the BPV PR kit, the questions are all combined. Like they test a lot of topics together. So unless and until we have got a good progress on the topics, I can't give you homeworks from those questions, right? So for the initial few classes, just let's focus on completing as many topics as possible, and then I will give you homework from PR kit to practice. Okay. Thank you so much for the patient class. It was great pleasure teaching you. Have a great day. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.